Nobody wants to move the idea.
Morning, council. We'll go ahead and get started with roll call.
Dolores Soltwan.
Here.
Christopher Eagle Bear.
Here.
Todd Bearshield. Sebastian Cowboy Wright.
Here.
Stanley Woodknife Jr. Michelle Mulhorn Bear. Royal Yellowhawk. Robert Radlingly. Charles Ray Jr. William J. Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Frederick. Emily Boyd Belandra. Alvin Bearhill Sr.
Here.
Sherry Wright Plank. Here. Pamela Wilcox. Here. Lila Kilsey Michael Bolts Sr. William Kendall. Ben Black Bear III.
Oh.
Marion Little Thunder.
Here.
Oh, no, he's here.
Michael Bolt
Here.
Jr. Wow.
Artist man.
Where he is, huh?
Well, President, we have a quorum. I'll call the meeting to order at 10:21. Royal.
Hvala Peter. Hadi čapit taka, voće kako taka, tako sve četke hoki čapit to Lea Peter ki mi čuča. Lea Peter, Oglak mi na oglak mi čaša Leo kina je ka hekta oyate, oyekse çahap ya ka hekta, oyekse kata oyate hogna na o kiksi apit taka, tako sve četke hoki čapit to na. Ethacha huyana, isami çaka. Aha, egna kapi, you can't hack that. Is our chasha, mother skyway copy, you can't hack that. Work so big copy, you have to cut. Now, love that too. We need to chop, you know. When I'm looking at the energy, can you call out there? We choke a copy, you can't hack that. Why, what they up, you know? I walk the copy, you kicks you, big below him, so what you drop below. Now, love that too. Dacă wegla kapi, we choke hatch original, chate original. Et kaka, we work so chop, you can't hack that. Ana šiča ja prošli tako što četke oke čapit tolo, leopet tuki. Na hektakja, čoka čuko je hektakja. Ta čukopi, na ojate kata, čozane oke ovla kao oblezo vačica pik da oči čapit tolo. Na leopet ta vojkča. Na makaki, uzat ta šektakja. Ta mnišiše. Na ta vojktaki. Na ojate, bloketi kata. Evo kiksi opet taka, i tako je ono zadnjih to, hoću čapalo, i tako je se.
Thank you, Royal. Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone requesting to be excused or late? I'm sorry.
Okay, we have Emily, Robert, Michelle, Willie, and Todd requesting to be excused. For the day?
Emily, Robert, Michelle, Lily,
Yeah. And then Terry needs to leave at noon.
Oh, yeah, phone. Yeah, there's a meeting going on. I'll take a little bit, but I want to be excused.
right now.
What time?
And Alvin too, we have a quorum. Alvin and then Stan.
I'm gonna leave around 2 o'clock, I might pick up a little box.
Anybody requesting to be late?
Lila and, Wayne.
Do you have a motion for the excuses? Motion by Bill, seconded by Bostine, question by Ben, all in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
one.
Motion carried. Alvin. Good morning, council. We have a presentation that we left off with yesterday that Sherry's gonna have, but for those of you that weren't here, I would like to introduce you to our new acting superintendent, Hayes Haas. He would like to lead in. He's here today, so, Roy.
Yeah, as soon as he gets done.
Would you want to go to your report real quick?
Morning, I'm Hayes Haas, the acting superintendent here at the Rosebud Agency and Mission. Started last Monday, so this before the June, mostly prepared by Sunny and the rest of the agency. I'll just get right into it. The superintendent's office. Like Sunny was able to attend the ground management workshop in the early June. And they had interviews for a tribal range tech position. We're on June 23rd, so I haven't heard if the selection's been made or not, but that should be coming soon. One of the big things was the renewal process for grazing permits. They've been sending out 90-day notices. The administrative portion shows that I took the detail here at the Rosebud Agency. Talks about the order of succession, and that will be, I guess, the same. The Sunny Farmer Supervisory Rangeland Management Specialist, Marlene Traversy Realty Specialist, Kelly Means Self-Determination Specialist, and Elizabeth Betsy Boyd Administrative Officer.
Please, maybe you could introduce yourself and let them know where you work at.
Okay, sorry.
And I think we've all gotten the report, so.
Okay, yeah, I guess, I am currently the Deputy Superintendent of Trust Services at the Yankton Agency. I've been there since November of 2024. Before that, I was a natural resources specialist with the Indian Energy Service Center in Lakewood, Colorado. And before that, I was a natural resources specialist at the Pioneer Agency. Yeah, I guess with the DRP, a lot of people in the region and regional office have retired and moved on, and sounds like we had a few here at the Rosebud Agency. I know that over at Yankton, we were fortunate enough to not lose anybody to that, so that was something that was a little different, I guess, coming here, seeing the busyness of the staff. You know, everybody's doing multiple jobs, so, it's been, good. I'm excited to be here. Looking forward to the next few months.
How long is your visa?
The detail's 120 days, and it runs through October 26th. That's where I'm at. We have, I heard that they extend them sometimes, or I don't know what the plan is, I guess, if they're, advertise it, or what. There's probably several positions like that in the region.
Royal, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Sister, na peči spakamo. Vedla, voi te u čabala hani ka hektat ja. Te hani koskala ki ele kokela hyviä ka otoha oasikta ogna taku. Ichuham yka hektat ja tuktetu ja trashna. Wasu chukupina ha ta ogna ta chukupsni cha hektat tuktetu ta sana eobalekolo cha he voide maluhaki le koskala le ta ko chuha makoche ke kanta ha he voide to chabala ha cha he ogna le voide cha you ka that you ka he voide kanta ha ta comunità o I just want to say, choosing Rosebud and coming here, when it comes to BIA and the federal government, so what is it that when you work these different areas of the Department of Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, you work these different areas. And what is it that you can do? What is it you can't do? How much knowledge of land do you have when it comes to land, the land that we have governing it? What is your status on all these areas you worked at? And you say you worked, what was it, Yankton, you're currently in different areas. And can you explain what you've done in those areas and why they place you in these different areas? And you said October they had that placement for superintendent. So can you explain why these different areas you've worked, and what is it your knowledge as far as land, or when it comes to putting land into trust, or when it comes to, like you said, the grazing resolutions, things like this. When it comes to land, Makochike, and the land that we have as a tribe, what is your knowledge as far as land, Code of Federal Regs, things like this that go into the BIA having those things within our Bureau of Indian Affairs, our offices? Can you kind of get in depth in your scope? Why you've been in these different areas, and what's going on with why the placements of the Bureau of Indian Affairs?
I guess I'll go into my background a little bit. I attended Oglala Dakota College for an associate's degree, and that was in science, engineering, and mathematics. Or they had pre-engineering, I guess, in parentheses. I got that, and I took a lot of courses at OLC that dealt with the land from a Dakota perspective. That was pretty valuable. After that, I went to the School of Mines in Rapid City and was able to complete a bachelor's degree in civil and environmental engineering, water resources emphasis. And after graduating from there, I got a job here with the state of South Dakota. It's called the Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources now. It used to be the DENR, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. I was an engineer with them for about 8 years, worked in the funding side and then on the water rights side. From there, I went to BIA in Pine Ridge and focused on grading and a lot of issues, we tried to get irrigation going. We looked at a lot of different stuff pertaining to the land. While I was at Pine Ridge, I guess I was able to work with the tribal allocation committee, and there was some, I think they were wanting to revise the grazing code at that time, and so I was able to be a part of that, see that process and how that played out. I guess, with the Indian Energy Service Center, the focus there was on oil and gas. So I was able to work on oil and gas leasing issues in several areas throughout the country. The main one would be Fort Berthold in North Dakota. Also had a chance to work on some stuff in Oklahoma and Colorado.
And
Yes, good morning. Yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. So you're the new acting superintendent over there at BIA for now. Okay. So I know Ray Hart, who was here before, was acting at the beginning. It was really kind of tough because I know he had a lot of issues well, not issues, but things that were brought up at the BIA where he could not make decisions on because he was only acting. So we as a tribe kind of helped him out as far as like wanting to get in that position as a superintendent. And I know some of my colleagues here have said, Rosebud is almost like a stepping stone for people to advance, which is, for me, great, but also bad, because we need somebody here permanently. And that was my biggest concern, is that we need somebody locally. I think the last person who was here more than probably 5 years was local, I think. But I think she retired. So these are things I kind of, I guess kind of frown upon. I mean, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're able to, advance and then you were brought here. But I'm just concerned that, again, you're not going to be able to make the decisions that we need to be made here within the BIA. And then again, too, there's other things that do come up here where there's a lot of things that were needed to be addressed. This is probably the first time I think I've actually talked to the BIA since, I don't know, maybe Sunny's clean down, which is like a couple months ago, or 3 months ago. But my concerns on a lot of issues internally, I hope you are able to address those with the fire department, because I know it has been switched out, has been separated from the BIA. But there's a lot of internal problems over there that need to be addressed. But I would probably go internally, but I know it's your first day. I don't put too much on you on that. But again, I do want to welcome you and thank you for coming and stepping up here on Rosebud. But there's a lot of things that need to get straightened out over there. So again, thank you for coming and congratulations on your new position. Thank you.
I'd like to respond. I guess I completely understand what you're saying and where you're coming from. And I see that. See Ray was here, and now he's in Aberdeen. That's good for Ray. One of the unique things, I guess, or factors was the DRP took. It seemed like it hit the regional office. They had a bunch of them take it. So there was when that happened, I knew that there was going to be a kind of a vacuum there, and there'd be some movement. As far as the DRP, I don't know if there's anybody else that's even eligible or if they're going to do it again. There's been some talk about it, but I don't anticipate it. I know I'm not to that for being eligible, so Right now, my focus is to get this 120-day detail completed successfully, and, yeah, I guess it's one of those things I've never, considered it, but it's like, you know, you never, if I, make connections and am able to contribute to the welfare and, overall, like, you know, improvement, that's what I'd like to do.
I think it goes a lot of responsibility with that as far as coming out. So that's one of the things I wanted to address as far as like, you know, the acting superintendent. I mean, there's certain things you can do and certain things you can't do. But, I mean, to straighten out a lot of stuff that has been happening, you know, especially within the BIA here. So that's what kind of looking forward to, I guess, because we see it here, especially at the fire department. You know, we have a lot of tribal members that are there that, you know, we've heard. So we'd like to see if they can get some support on that too as they move forward. But again, it's kind of frustrating a little bit to see that revolving door, you know, so that's why, you know, kind of tough. But I mean, again, I do appreciate you being here. I do congratulate you. Thank you.
Kathy?
Hi, Mr. Haas. My name is Cameron Wilcox, Counselor for Social Security. I got questions. There are just two concerns and two motions that I would like to make. Last year, I made a motion to have the BIA send a team to our courthouse for an extensive audit of the files to ensure that the timelines are being followed and there was a violation of anybody's civil rights for the long order code of the Constitution. Well, later on, it was discussed that the OJS had to do that, and our Madam Chair, not our Vice President, but the Madam Chair had advised that she would make that change and contact the OJS, but that was last year. A whole year has gone by, there was no contact there, whatnot, so I would like to entertain a motion and maybe we could possibly pass it on, or our Vice President can, motion to have OJS send a team to the RSC courts to conduct an extensive audit of court cases as soon as possible to ensure the procedurally correct processes and timelines/timeframes are being adhered to, along with any other possible violations of any individual's civil rights per our Constitution and law and order code. That's my motion.
And I'll second that.
Seconded by Coates.
Yeah.
Did you send it out?
Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion? Call for the question. Question by Ellen. All in favor?
Twelve,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Okay, we have a government to government with our relationship with our BIA, and our contact point is our president of the tribe. However, a lot of the correspondence that is being sent, we are not provided a CC copy of it. There's correspondence is being sent back and forth without this council's approval. So I would like to entertain a motion to have, all correspondences between the BIA and the tribe for FY 2025 and FY 2026 that was not shared with our city council and to be forwarded to all of council for the government-to-government relations. If need be, you can refer that, send it to Lisa, or she can send it to all of us. That's my motion.
Motion by Tammy, seconded by Coates. Any discussion? I'll call for the question.
I have a question.
Oh,
I think that in your motion that maybe we should just include the email, RST, what is it, RST
council,
council?
it's just council.
Council at rst-nsn.gov?
Yes.
Okay, so that way when they get the motion excerpt, they can see that that's the email we want them to send it to. I think that's the breakdown, and it's been in the past with all the past presidents, is any correspondence from these agencies get sent to the president, and then a lot of times we don't see them as council. You know, we had that issue in the past, former president as well.
Okay, so let's include that, the RC.
Sent to the RST council email?
Yes.
Okay. For government to government relationship,
Yes.
sent to the city council.
I'll send a motion to.
Okay, seconded by Coates. Any more discussion? Coates.
Good morning to the Oyate and everyone here. I just want to say that this isn't the first motion that's been made about correspondence being sent. This is probably the third motion that's been made to have our tribal president inform us. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Question. I'll call for the question. Sorry. Sherry. I was like, oops. Question by Sherry, all in favor? And it needs to look at you.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1, 2.
11-2, motion carried.
That's all I have.
That's all you have.
Thank you.
Royal.
Okay, Dakota, which one, as far as superintendents, now, Dakota Chukupi, when it comes to Bureau of Indian Affairs, and then when it comes to as a tribe, when you have to, we can't, I guess the old saying, BAA, I'm not your Indian anymore. Hey, we're gonna let programs on Scumpy when we work towards sovereign. Now, I know a lot of people over there trying to take those social services down. The tribe took over the different contracts. Hell, we're gonna be or Scumpy truck. When we work towards trying to understand BIA over our tribe and how they utilize. We basically we give them a job to do. So when it comes to tribe, we should be able to understand those Code of Federal Regs that they have in DC, and they have those meetings, and they go over and they change them, and then the I believe it's the green book or the blue book or something that comes down, allocations for BIA. But I would like to make a motion to maybe watch BIA trust and fiduciary responsibilities. And when we look at the tribe, we look at the treaties, and then take care of we have to understand that previous superintendents give reports on what they're doing, how they're helping and assisting the tribe. So I want a motion that reports that he would give to the council and the president or vice. I think Tammy already made those motions. Is that how that works? Tammy, those motions you made?
Yeah.
So, but I think either the president or the vice to monitor any and all operations of the superintendent and the BIA. And if that doesn't happen, then council can request for removal and any other staff that doesn't adhere to the tribal law, which supersede any CFR or government regulation.
Just making a motion. Can you repeat your motion?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, motion that the president, but the LA week to trouble, okay, maybe the vice, would that be, to have the, lit superintendent and the BIA, monitors any and all operations of the superintendent and the BIA. If that doesn't happen, then the council will, request, removal. And any other staff that doesn't adhere to tribal law, which, supersedes any CFR or government regulations.
Can you send that to me? Oh, okay, yeah, I'll send that to her for more,
Hey, we're gonna,
To, watch to
operations.
monitor their operations such as,
Any kind of like, when we look at, land, Makoche, so maybe land operations or, cause I don't see them doing any kind of other, what other stuff does, the BIA do as far as, turning, land deed of trust, things like this, and I feel that, we need to be more aware of, government, I believe it's the Green Book, things like that, I know every 3 years that they, do those, Department of Interior, things like that, DC level, so maybe, maybe look closely into what more, that BIA does versus what, contracts our tribe has, done thus far, Okinawa. Because, there should be more, backward when it comes to, those, budget, meetings in DC when it comes to TVIC or any kind of, stuff that, needs to be reported, hey, Okinawa. I believe that, basically land operations, and I'm not sure what more than that BIA does for us. As far as, so maybe land operations and, is
there a second?
I'll second.
A second.
I'll question.
Second by Elvin. Question by Sherry, all in favor?
Twelve,
Opposed,
0,
not voting,
1.
hello, Apollo.
motion carries. Elvin,
I just have a couple questions for you. I was reading this and it says that, some of these units, I think there is, are due for demolition. Now, my question is, a lot of our tribal members, they live in houses or trailers that are like tin cans. And they had this renovation project going with there's a lot that's been left out. Now, what do you do with these houses? Do you get rid of them, or I think that they were turned over to the tribe, they could renovate and give it to some of these homeless people. Because this problem is not being addressed, there's over 2,000 homeless people on this reservation. And all these programs are geared for people that are working, not the people that are in poverty on fixed income. So this problem hasn't been addressed yet. That's why I'm asking about these houses here. What do you do? You can't give them away, or?
Some of them, have issues with, asbestos, yeah, sorry. Asbestos, and then, the BIA will not, release those without some kind of abatement or remediation. And that's taken a long time. I understand your frustration with the housing situation, but don't put people into, a worse situation by exposing them to hazards. Yeah, that's one thing that we're struggling with is, you know, having these vacant houses and lots and stuff, and we're working on it. Look, Calvin is,
that's all, I,
Anything more?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. I know that you're new here, probably not new with the BIA if you got, started over to be the superintendent. But this body has been asking for information from the BIA for a long time, and some of that information we have never gotten. And I know a lot of that has probably changed now. However, I would like to know, for as much as you could tell us, what are the intentions with BIA? What do you see the future of BIA looking like? Because the appearance to me is that BIA is getting eliminated, like, or downsized drastically. And I worry about that. I mean, if the funding was just gonna be cut and come directly to the tribe, or not cut and directly to the tribe, I wouldn't worry so much. But we have issues, lots of issues that are affecting the tribe, such as the 501 out program. There's one person working for all of Indian country, and he only works 20 hours a week. And it took us 4 years to start our 501 out. And other tribes have been waiting longer. So with all of the vacancies and resignations, do you think you can bring us back a list of your organizational chart, and to show us what vacancies are there as far as the positions go? And if you could bring us some information regarding funding. And I requested this before. The funding that I want is the funding that stays with the Bureau in DC, how much of it goes to the regional offices, and how much from there is distributed to the tribes.
thank you for your question. That's, yeah, that's a good question. It looks like, I agree, it looks like that, the government wants the tribe to contract a lot of programs, if not everything. And I know that, the large land-based tribes don't, you know, it's not something that, looks feasible right now, I guess. So I don't know what to tell you as far as what's gonna happen with BIA in the future. But I do see the vacancies, and there's been a hiring freeze, and then I'm hearing that it's being lifted. There are positions advertised that they do have the appropriate ones that they're trying to fill. So I don't know. Yeah, that's a confusing time for me. You know, it's like it's hard to stay positive or maintain a positive outlook. Like, let's go and be productive and get stuff done and do good stuff when, you know, the agency's being attacked or, you know, being chopped up, it looks like sometimes. So yeah, I will get an org chart for the agency and look at those vacancies, and you know, as far as funding, I don't know. I know that some agencies would use vacant positions as kind of carryover in their budgeting, and I know that they're getting away from that. That's like no longer acceptable for preference.
Terry.
I guess, I understand that, you know, the whole creation of 34 Act was that in 100 years, the tribes would take over all of those positions there and contract all of them. We did send a letter of intent. I guess I'm not sure where we're at in that process. Are you aware of that? Our letter of intent to contract several agencies here locally?
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. I haven't had a chance to get familiar with it.
How much changes are gonna be affecting the people as far as, we heard that you guys don't have a phone system anymore, you guys are using a internet phone and it doesn't work all the time, and, that it's not private calls, so if I call you, it's on your computer screen, and if it's probate or burial assistance, other people in the room can hear me talking. Is that true?
Yeah, that's an issue we're struggling with, and I don't know that it's gonna be permanent. We're trying to figure it out. Like for me, I got some headphones that I can use on all of my computer. So that kind of gives you a little bit of privacy, I guess. But that, yeah, I've heard those concerns, and that's something that we're still struggling to navigate and get through. So the way it is now is not the final product, I guess. I understand your concerns about, people calling in and not being able to reach anybody.
And then one of the bigger concerns as far as contracting or anything like that goes is the land portion because of the trust responsibility there and the TAMS system that you all utilize. I'm not too sure how that will work. Are we gonna have access to TAMS? Would the tribe have to, would the tribe even be able to take over some of those land responsibilities if the trust responsibility lies with the federal government?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I would say initially, they would be able to on the 100%, tribally owned lands. I don't know what that would look like. That sounds like a challenge, but that's the way I understand it. They could do that, and I guess I've seen tribal employees at other agencies with TAMS access. So I would say, yeah, the tribe should be able to have access if you did that.
Is it true that you guys are uploading all of the documentation into TAMS right now as far as land goes? And if you are you keeping and retaining paper documents as well? And where are you holding those?
Yes, say yes. Documents are uploaded into TAMS.
Okay.
There are physical files maintained at the offices as well. And those are on a record schedule, they keep
What is
them
the retention schedule for those,
for the,
land files?
it's, I don't know, I want to say like 10 or 15, but it may be.
Okay, one last thing, sorry, council. We put in a request, a FOIA request for all of our rights of way documents. We made a motion to have our tribal secretaries go down to the cave in Lenexa to retrieve those documents, and they were denied access. And I believe Ms. Silva is putting in a FOIA for the tribe for those documents. How long before we can get those documents? How long does the FOIA usually take?
It depends, I guess, on the complexity. I would say for something like that, all right-of-way documents, that means from the beginning of right-of-ways, that would probably be a challenge, and that could take probably longer than average, I guess, up to, I don't know, maybe I would say, I don't know, I hate to put a timeline on it, not knowing what the, how many records there are that they would actually have to gather. It could be, years. I don't know.
Is there a more efficient way that they can request those files so we can get them either like from anything from 24 first and go backward, or vice versa, start from a certain date and go forward. If you could get with Barb and then get back to us on that to let us know, because, we have an important project that we really need that documentation for. It's a pretty expensive project.
Okay, yes, I did. Yeah, to answer your question, I don't know. I'll have to check.
That's fine. I figured because of you, but I just wanted to let you know, like, we have a lot of needs here
Mhm.
and a lot of unmet needs. Thank you.
Folks,
I was gonna ask the same question as Councilwoman Wright with those, letters to contract, because we were meeting over a year ago at BIA. Wayne, you were present at those meetings with BIA, because at that time, it looked like the tribe was gonna take things over. Because there's just unknown with BIA right now. There's so many changes that we don't know. So we were had meetings over there with TLE, and we were working on the transition, but, maybe we can do another letter, correspondence up there requesting this information, asking what's the status and what do they really have planned for us? Because we need to plan on this end, because it's really important with that trust responsibility. There are some huge issues there if we have to take this over. You know, and someone has to know what's going on. Otherwise, these changes wouldn't be coming down. Wayne, have you heard anything?
Have not.
You know, maybe if Madam Chair, if you do another letter, you know, to the people higher up requesting information, what really is, what do they have intended for us for BIA?
Okay.
We just keep getting the runaround, you know, we plan one way, then something else shifts and changes.
I was just visiting with Madam Secretary about, when I was on the TLE board, we did have passed a council motion for TLE to use TAMs. And I can't remember why we couldn't remember why they wouldn't allow it at the time, but it's, I mean, even back then, you know, something like that was passed, we'll have to look into it.
And trying to get our records back, that's really important. Those records belong to us.
Especially the
We
right
don't
of
want them
ways.
dis- You know, we don't want them destroyed, and that could possibly happen also. So that, you know, if you could respond to, Madam, or to Council Rep Wright's, those are really important. We haven't had any response, you know, and nobody's responded back to us on anything that we've asked so far. But, yeah, maybe if you would request and see what's going on. Thank you.
Sherry,
Sorry, I'm full of questions today. I wanted to know if you could also update us on anything regarding our ILCA reimbursement. Madam Chair, what is it that we are waiting on?
it's with the solicitor right now, and it was, I think in the change of administration, that's kind of where it stopped.
Okay,
So, but we're looking at what, Wayne, about for ILTA. It's about 7 million reimbursement.
No, I think there's $10 million in the.
It's up there, yeah, it's up there now. But we were looking for reimbursement for purchases that we have already made.
That reimbursement was, yeah, a little over 7 million, 7.5 million.
Yeah, the reimbursement is just about 7 million, but there's about 10 million sitting there. So we're asking for reimbursement on purchases made on the fractional interest. Because we tried to change the spending guidelines on it, but that wasn't allowed, I guess. But it might, but yeah, can you follow up on that? Because it might still be with the solicitor.
if you could push that as much as you can, our chartered entity really needs the reimbursement for that. And I don't know if you're familiar with our TLE entity, but it's one of a kind in Indian country. And in order for us to continue to purchase more land, we really need that reimbursement. If we contract any of these entities, the same processes that you all go through, we're still gonna have to go through, right? Like waiting for the solicitor to review and all of that?
I don't know, I assume so. with the push to get tribes to contract stuff, it may not, some may be easier than others.
Has anybody pushed for a, regional meeting or even a meeting in DC with the tribes regarding the possibility of contracting all of these entities and just being upfront with us and telling us this is what we need you to do and this is what we're pushing you to do, rather than slowly forcing our hand to do certain things, so we as a tribe could prepare for that? Is that a formal request that you'd like to hear from this body, so you can follow up? Okay.
I know that there's been talk of, having something, but I don't know that so I didn't hear anything else about it, so I don't know.
Okay, one last thing. My community here in Rosebud, we have a line of houses here behind Kelly, by the old superintendent's building. Those are all, back in, I believe when I researched it, the Kindle administration, one of the Kindle administrations, the BIA was gonna give those houses to the tribe. However, they weren't in good shape. So the tribe refused to take them until the BIA fixed them. And we're coming into that situation with several facilities and houses here. Now that creates a problem for the people living in those houses because they don't have a title. And when we have any funds, HIP funds, or any other funds that can give them an opportunity to apply for, to do improvements, they can't, because those are still BIA's housing stock. So I would like to make a request for somebody to go look at those houses, to visit with those people and see if that's something that they would like to assume, if they would like to sign the title over, or some negotiations to start. Because it's been several years, and I believe there's 5 houses over there that people have been living in for years, and I did want to gift those to the tribe. If you could look into it.
Yeah, that's the first I heard that. So yeah, I'll look at that.
Yeah, it's been several
They're
years.
in Rosewood, right?
And there's a vacant house up there that I've been asking to be demolished or removed so we could open up that house. And I also asked if we could get all of the vacant lots that BIA had in Rosebud that are currently vacant, turned back over to the tribe to cancel those leases.
Sherry, I know you made motions for those.
Yes.
Maybe we can forward them on to them,
Okay, we will.
because they were made some
Years
couple
ago,
years.
yeah.
Thank you. Actual motions, so
Yeah.
if she needs to, then, I mean, if you take a look at them and she needs to reinstate them, we can do that. Any other questions? Wait,
Morning. Welcome. Finally get a chance to meet our new superintendent. God's country. How many staff do we have?
Geez, it's a little around 20, a little more than 20 for the BIA agency.
So how well are we functioning? I mean, we used to have like 80-some employees, now we're down to less than 20, so how well are we functioning?
I think they're doing pretty good as far as, from what I've seen in the week that I've been here, the agency is operating. Those employees are doing a good job. A lot of them are doing multiple duties. So, my initial reaction is it looks like it's running pretty well. I think they did a good job, and the employees were disappointed, I guess, to see him go. So I think they're doing good. I haven't had a chance to get into it in depth as far as to see where there are issues and what we need to be doing better. Yeah, I'm getting there.
I'm not sure what is happening right now, but our leases seem to be not coming in on our tribe, the amount of money we get directly from leases in the fall from our range units usually get just under 1.5 million. This year, we didn't even receive $1 million fall. And in spring, we usually get a little over $1 million in leases. So far, we received less than a half of it. And the grazing season is probably half over. So I'm not sure what the holdup is, whether there's, the permits aren't issued and signed and people are paid for, or if the money's paid there and it's going to the wrong account, or I'm not sure what the issue is, but our lease revenue is way behind. The reason I'm concerned is hopefully all of the leases that are out there, these people that have cattle are having fits to have cattle on the leases. And the money is paid, but just not gotten to us. Either that or there are no leases and these cattle are out there without any permission. I don't know. I'm just really confused right now because there's something going on that I'm not aware of.
I think it's probably a combination of things. It's the renewal period, I guess, is happening now. And I was talking to Sunday about this yesterday. He mentioned that the revenue isn't going to be as high as it was in the past, and that's going to be an issue. He said one of the factors, I guess, that is contributing to that is when you have an Indian producer rancher that he said they used to have a chance to meet the high bid, and they don't have to meet the high bid anymore. So there's a difference between that high bid and whatever the original Indian rancher's bid was. That's part of it. I think the other part is probably the renewal period. And if there's something else that's contributing to that, there probably could be. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, well, if you could, when you have time, just give us a report and kind of give us last year's and this year's comparison to see, so that we know what's going on.
Okay.
Again, I'm not sure where the tribe stands with the recontracting. I know that we submitted a letter and put you on notice, and we had several meetings. And I think SRD has drafted some draft contracts, but that's as far as we've got. I'm not sure if the bodies don't want to continue with that or not, but there has been a lot of work. And thank you.
You know, it would be beneficial for our landowners and for those leasing land, if TLE and DIA, if you guys actually sat down at the table and had maybe quarterly meetings together. Because one agency is saying one thing and the other agency is saying the other to some of the people, and sometimes even your maps don't match up. So, you know, I think it would be beneficial if you guys actually sat at the table, had a quarterly meeting, just to discuss things. Thank you.
The superintendent does go to the TLE meetings. Alvin.
I'll just read this, section about home sites. And, I've had, 6 families contact me trying to get, home sites out in Green Thunder. So I did research and I found out the land, 41 of these home sites along Highway 18 south and north of it. They're under preservation. Now, I don't know who did that, but that's wrong. I've also been contacted, they wanted to put a meat packing plant out there between the Game Fish and Parks and Roads Department in that open space there. And that was turned down because of the preservation. I just kind of question, is BI responsible for that or who is? But I will do research on it. And if it's done by resolution, it needs to be rescinded. Because they're out there building a lot of cows and stuff, running water lines to troughs and stuff. And I don't know who's responsible for that, but there's another issue. There's 3 houses north of Corn Creek without water. It's been like that for 20 years now. I've been questioning people who's responsible for that. You know, I've contacted this, I got Shorty and all, I went through IHS and there's no water out there. Those houses are built on a gravel pit. So just during winter, they got water through moisture. Now, that hasn't been addressed either. I've been talking about it for a year and a half now. These people are sitting here talking, oh, water's sacred. It probably is sacred, but not for them people out there because they don't have water. You know, I don't know who's responsible for it. I'm gonna do research on it. Thank you.
Stanley.
I just want to follow up on what Ellen's talking about. And I've talked to some people about getting some water north of Country. And the answer I always get is if there's already no funding or shortage of money. There are some families out there that's got water right now. That's all I want to say, actually. Backing up Alvin here.
Are there any more questions? So, Mr. Haas, in the past, council would require the superintendent to sit through every council meeting. But that was my motion with Mr. Hart. I don't know if this council requires the same as him or. Not.
I would say yes, if we've ever rescinded the motion for the superintendent.
Sit through every council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to approve the report.
Motion by Sherry to approve the VA report. Second by Cam.
What question?
Discussion.
You guys have some houses back here that are boarded up. Do you know when those will be renovated and open?
No, I need to get over there and see them, trying to get that schedule as far as, you know, getting around and see all these and see what the plan is, what the timeline is. I couldn't tell you any more details, to be honest.
Maybe possibly, get a report to our vice president as soon as possible regarding the water of the inspector.
Are you talking about the ones by the superintendent's office?
Yeah.
Okay, Sherry, those are the same ones that Sherry was addressing.
You said there was 5 houses with people living in them?
Yeah. There's an abandoned house up there, and then there's 2 more on the corner, one by the
Okay,
school
so
and
it's all
the corner.
Okay, yeah.
And those 2, could I answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Those 3 houses that Representative Wilcox is talking about, they were deemed unlivable. And originally, when we had the HIP money that wasn't spent from 2015 to 19, prior to Andre coming on board at the regional level, it was Art who was in place there. He was trying to reallocate the HIP funds to try and renovate or construct and put new ones there. However, that didn't happen. The type of the new path forward. So I'm not sure if those houses are condemned or not. The last I heard that they were condemned. So you might have to send an inspector over there to look at them. The 2 for sure, the one that's by the school, and the one that's kitty corner from them. And the one that's kind of kitty corner from there, after that, those are the 5 houses.
Business story.
Ben,
Yeah, just a question. Was that a motion or was it a resolution for the superintendent to be?
there was a motion for the superintendent to sit through.
I'm just wondering if I could probably, maybe rescind that motion, I guess, for now, just for this month.
There's a motion on the floor.
Motion on the floor. But anyway, just so he can go back and get stuff taken care of, because I don't think we can do any good just sitting here waiting for us to sit around and listen to us talk, but, just for this month, I think, because, yeah, we have a lot of us being a new superintendent and also becoming here. So that's just my thoughts on it, but, yeah, goes no place.
I'll just amend my motion to approve his report and excuse him for the day.
Yeah, okay.
There you
Good one, Ben.
go.
That was seconded by Tammy.
Question.
Question by Ben, all in favor?
Anybody wants any of these?
Question by Ben?
Are you voting?
Oh, Carl.
12,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting,
1.
1201. Thank you. You can go around. Should be 1202. 1202. It's, Carl's is here. Yeah.
You're supposed to bring some of that Mexican food with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be emailing you. Sherry, you are up. Thank you. You have to post.
Interview scheduled for the 30th for, enrollment. And Darlene is one of them. They're gonna be gone. Remember, they sent that memo out. They're gonna be gone the 29th and the 30th and,
31st.
yep, and 31st, so maybe we can,
That?
yeah.
We'll have to amend that then.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, I talked to Tony this morning and let her know which ones were gonna come up. I forgot about that.
I will be quick, council. Ben said, no, I won't, okay. Ben gave me permission not to be. So I wanted to take some time today to let you know something that the Governmental Affairs Committee has been working on. And not just the Governmental Affairs, but the Economic Development Committee. One of the biggest problems that we have on the reservation is economic development. The root of all causes to our poverty issue, our housing needs, lack of programs and facilities for our youth, lack of things for our constituents. And the biggest and most important solution that I could see that we need is an investment in our youth. And it's not going to be an overnight fix. It's not going to be something that we're gonna see that's gonna be beneficial for tomorrow. And investing in the future of our Oyate is investing in our youth. And how we do that is important. And I'm not saying that what the committee put together is everything, but we were pretty thorough. We had several meetings. We talked to other people. We may have forgotten something. So this isn't something that's final. I'm bringing it forth today to plant a seed for a proposal for the council for a project for all of us. Just because the committee started this work, it doesn't mean that all of your voices can't be implemented in this. We just did the basic footwork for this and put together a budget. Now investing in the future of the Sichango Oyate, building a strong youth through Wolakota culture, leadership, and community. And we came up with this Sichango Youth Program proposal, a Wolakota centered vision for the youth development and community strengthening. Now, why this program is needed? Youth need culturally grounded opportunities that strengthen identity and belonging. Communities need coordinated youth services that will address education, wellness, leadership, and future careers. Many programs operate separately, creating gaps in access and continuity. The Sichango Youth Program creates a unified approach. So the program overview is a community-driven youth development initiative that focuses on academic, culture, athletics, leadership, arts, and workforce development. It supports youth through Chante, Navi, Nachi, and Tampa. Provides opportunities for youth to grow into healthy and culturally grounded leaders educated in tribal government. Our mission statement, this mission statement is something that we can work on and make changes to. But behind this, our mission for this program is strengthening our next generation and generations to follow. Empower youth through teachings of Wolokota, develop confident, capable, tribal, government educated, and culturally grounded young leaders. Strengthen emotional, spiritual, mental, and physical well-being. Create opportunities rooted in culture, education, creativity, and community. The vision for the future is to prepare, heal, and mold our future generations. Raise a generation grounded in Lakota identity and value. Prepare youth to serve their Tioshbai in communities if they so choose. Promote balanced wellness and leadership development. Preserve culture while preparing our youth for opportunities. And expose youth to career opportunities. Now that part is key, and I want to take a minute to talk about that. One of the things that kind of goes over a lot of our heads, well, not over our heads, but that we're not thinking about, is how this unemployment rate is affecting our youth. And I'll use myself as an example. I had 2 working parents at home. And throughout my life, I didn't realize that I was learning soft working skills. I was being exposed to 2 or 3 career paths. Law enforcement, where my mom worked, politics, where my dad worked, maintenance, where my dad also worked. I had exposure to those fields. I have skills in those fields. I also learned how to answer telephone by calling my mom at work. I also learned how to fix and repair things. I know the difference between a Phillips and a flathead screwdriver. Small little things, that matter. It sounds minute, but it matters. I heard talk about workplace discrepancies, things that, they're at the dinner table, I'm watching TV, I could hear, we got to do this today, so I got to call in for work. We're getting ready for our family vacation, so I got to put in my leave. Those are the things that got instilled in me without me knowing it from having a working family. 80% of our kids it fluctuates from 82% to 86% unemployment rate as far as the statistics go. So let's go with the higher rate. 86% of our young people are not getting that. So they're entering a workforce that they're not prepared for. And we do have programs that prepare our youth. I'm not trying to put any program down that's working hard. And I'm not saying that they're not doing enough. I'm just saying that we need a youth-driven, youth-focused program. Working for the tribe, we receive youth workers. A lot of times we end up having them push a broom or mow, and that's fine, that's good, honest work. But we're not developing their skills when we're giving them these opportunities to work within tribal offices. And I feel like this is a really important part, because we have, how many of you here were in school and you didn't know what you wanted to be when you grew up? And you just picked something. I did. I had a hard time just picking something, and then finally I realized, I want to go into business because I'm seeing that the economy of our tribe is important, and I've dedicated my life to developing our economy and trying to develop our economy. So with that, exposing our youth to these careers is important. And I think that the development of this within the program can be a key to giving that exposure to our young people, because we don't want them taking out big loans for a career that they might not even like. And I think that this could really create some good opportunities. Chris, did you have a question? What I thought?
I'll wait until you're done.
Okay.
It's just, you're explaining everything my Sichanga Youth Council does. I just want to express that, but I'll wait until you're done.
So as far as this program goes, how I would like to see it developed is that we have a program director, and we have an admin assistant, and we have 4 coordinators. I would like 8, but that would be a really hefty, and maybe we eventually turn to 8 coordinators. 1 coordinator is going to be over academics and workforce development. Another coordinator will be over cultural activities, practices, music and art, traditional and contemporary. A coordinator of athletics and family event planning. A coordinator of life skills and leadership. So the key programming areas: cultural teachings and language revitalization, academic support and workforce readiness, athletics, wellness and family engagement, leadership and life skill development, art, music and creative expression, community service and civic engagement. The guiding tools that we would like to see for this program are virtues. Wola Kota, I might say this one wrong. I'll just skip and say courage and bravery. Wachante Oganake, Woksape, Wohola, Wowachi Tanka Oganake. So these are some of the guiding principles that we would like to see implemented in this program. A culturally grounded approach. Programming reflects Lako Wochang, the Lakota way of life. The youth learn directly from elders and knowledge keepers. And by knowledge keepers, I mean like aunties, uncles, all relatives. Because I don't want people left out, and I don't want anybody to say that we as a tribe are gatekeeping our knowledge. Traditional values guide leadership and mentorship. The program operates in a church by a model emphasizing kinship and shared responsibility. The community partnerships, this part is key, because there are already organizations that exist that do a lot of service for our people. So we would like them to collaborate with the schools and tribal programs and organizations that are already doing some of this good work. We want this program to build partnerships with cultural leaders, coaches, artists, employers, etc. Strengthen existing community services rather than duplicating efforts. Creates expanded opportunities for youth across all communities. The year 1 priorities would be staff recruitment and development, cultural competency and trauma-informed training for the staff, grant writing and fundraising development, event planning and youth engagement, community outreach and partnership building, and development of annual programming calendar. Now, the youth program director, their duties will be to provide leadership vision and strategic direction, supervise and coordinate all program implementation, leads partnerships, fundraising, and sustainability efforts, oversees strategic planning and annual calendar, ensures cultural alignment and community-centered programming. Administrative assistant will support all of these efforts, help maintain records, and assist with any events and the annual calendar. Support communication with youth, families, and partners. The coordinator of cultural activities, practices, music, and art will leads Lakota cultural teaching and artistic programming, works with elders, cultural leaders, artists, organizes cultural gatherings and performances, supports youth identity and creative expression, builds a partnership with art and cultural organizations. So partnering with people already doing the work and creating space for more. The coordinator of academics and workforce development supports academic achievement and workforce readiness, develops tutoring and enrichment opportunities, coordinates career exploration and job readiness, builds partnerships with schools, colleges, and employers, supports youth goal setting and academic recognition. Because wouldn't it be so cool when you drive down that Rosebud highway or any community that we've seen pictures of all of our graduates just hanging up there, and we're uplifting and recognizing their achievements? I think that would be so amazing. Some little small things like that to make our community show the support to our youth. The coordinator of athletics and family planning event, we made this family planning because we feel like when you do a sport, it's not just about that sport and that kid, it's a whole family event. So we wanted this person to organize sports and local leagues and wellness activities. Plans family-centered events and community gatherings, builds partnerships with coaches and recreation programs, promotes teamwork, sportsmanship, and healthy lifestyles, supports athletic opportunities across the community. Develops, the coordinator of life skills and leadership will develop youth leadership rooted in Lakota values, teaches communication, financial literacy, and decision-making, organizes workshops, retreats, and service learning, reports youth-led initiative and civic engagement, promotes knowledge of treaties and tribal leadership. The program approach, collaborative and partnership-driven model, annual planning through a shared calendar of events, youth-centered and culturally grounded programming, holistic development through Chante, Nagi, Nachi, and Tanka, focused on sustainability and responsibility to future generations. Expected outcomes of this program being developed is a stronger cultural identity for our youth and youth confidence, improved academic engagement and workforce readiness, local reservation-wide athletics and wellness opportunities, increased youth leadership and community involvement, long-term investment in the future of the Sicangu Lakota Oyate. Here's the budget that we are proposing. It's a pretty hefty budget. Totaling in $486,918 to be considered for FY27 budget. This budget can be revised. As you can see, I did put a lot of funding in the activity and planning set portions of that. Something for you all to think about. I hope that you can all support this idea and that we can find some funds for it to invest in our youth. A lot of the thought that went into this is deeper, and I will share those notes as well. Go ahead, Chris.
I really liked the presentation. It was a really awesome presentation. I think, the idea of investing in the kids is the whole point of this endeavor. Everything you explained is great. And we're already doing it with the Sicangu Youth Council. I understand that this is an encompass for the ones that probably don't want to be a part of the SIC, which is understandable. But we're talking about investing into the kids, and I've been a part of that group since 2010, and the tribe hardly ever invested into the SIC kids. We do have the opportunities to do everything in that endeavor, but like you said, with yours is the funding issues. We were cut this past year, and actually, because of my tenure here, my Tocala staff and the SIC, they weren't even a part of any budget or anything else either until about 2 years ago. We made them a part of the budget, and it was around $300,000 for the yearly budget, and that got cut this past year for future fundings for whatever Trump's gonna do. But honestly, all I'll say is where's our support for the current ones that we have? Like, we can literally, all the plans we have, we can just mesh them with what we have today and make it a really grateful event, so we're not duplicating or creating something that I guess, well, disrespects the current youth that we have. Because like, I feel like this presentation was a slap in the face to that youth council. Because they do everything that you were presenting. They do community outreach. They do travel to build bigger, I guess, endeavors to network with other youth across the Indian country. They went to Canada to meet with their youth over there, and we're establishing a finer connection with our relatives up north. For the last 15 years, every time we've come to the council, you know, it wasn't to ask for any kind of assistance or any kind of money or anything. It was always to give a report of where we've been and what's been going on and how we can help the tribe, you know, expand on what it means, what our youth mean to the rest of the world. And over those courses of the last 15 years, we've always been ridiculed. We've had back and forth. There, you and I had a back and forth when I was a part of the youth council. And it was when we brought those kids home. We do big events, and they get drugged through the mud for being a part of that youth council. So yeah, I'm all for this with you. I understand it because it's something that we've been a part of for a very long time. But where is the investment with the rest of our youth? In this room, only a handful of you actually took time out of your life to care for the youth council. And I know who you are. And so, you know, if we're all going to support this, we better support those SYC kids too. Because more than likely, those SYC kids will be the ones to help steer this program forward. But I want to put that into your thought, that we already have one program that's already doing all this work that's sorely underfunded as well. But if we need multiple.
Totes.
You know, this isn't slapping anybody in the face. This is offering more opportunity for our youth because we had a program like this at the same time as the tribes program that you're involved in. And Jordan Ron ran it under Sichangu employment, and it ran before that. Whoever got rid of this program never should have, because it offers more opportunity for here, for our children here. Something that is consistent, a pattern, and a routine. And I'm sure that our listeners right now, they're probably happy that this is going to be happening because it's going to involve more people. It's going to involve everybody. It's going to involve the family, and it's not taking away from nobody. It's actually, and everybody can work together on this, but this is very much needed. It really is. And this should have been happening a long time ago because we have nothing for our youth. We have all sorts of activities that go on for adults all the time. But who's taking time to have weekly activities? And we can have, like we did before, we had parents who volunteered to do things, and this program paid for the equipment that they need for different things. And it's not just about sports, it's not just about one thing, it's about a variety of things that our kids are involved in right now. Something very needed because we're focusing on mental wellness right now. One's mental wellness, and this is a key to it. This is a key to their mental wellness and to the family, and it encompasses everything. So I encourage this body to vote for this. It's very much needed along with everything else, and yeah, it is, and we shouldn't be like making different comments with little threats. That's not. It shouldn't be that way. Well, if you give this program this money, then I'm coming with my program. It shouldn't be like that. This is a great opportunity for our youth here also. Thank you.
And Chris.
I want to say really quick that, just in a quick response is, you know, some of the things that we really would like to see focus on this is, like for the academics and workforce development, We want that coordinator to recognize the honor roll students, while at the same time establishing ways to spotlight students in excelling in academics and host tutoring nights. We want them to create opportunities and host first aid, fire safety, to work with RST Communications and do like a live show for our youth and give them some spotlight there. Work on the job training and with our DHPA program, SMETP program, stewardships. We want them to do resume writing. In the coordinator for the life skills and leadership, we want them to have cooking classes, internet safety classes, sewing classes, financial literacy and budgeting classes, food sovereignty classes. We want them to learn coping skills. We want prevention education for all of these areas. We want them to host a treaty class, a class on our Constitution. We want them to work with the community youth groups and community councils. We want them to have an opportunity to get educated by the Native Governance Center for the Native Nation Rebuilding. We want them to develop a mentoring program. We want a class on tribal government. We want them to learn how to lobby. These are some of the thoughts that went into this. And I really don't think that the youth council is doing all of this stuff. And I'm not saying that to say they're not doing anything, because they're doing good work. But to me, the youth council falls under the leadership portion of this. They have a place and it's not replacing them. And the youth council can still exist, and of course it will. We want the coordinator of arts and music to have regularly scheduled painting classes, regalia making classes, jewelry making, drawing classes. We want them to do organized harvests for our medicines and our food, language classes, ceremonies, hand games, learning Lakota songs. The thought process in this is in depth, which is why I wanted why I originally wanted 8 coordinators for each thing, but we combined it to 4 coordinators for them to do 2. One of the issues that we have here is we say, we have a problem, let's hire Ben. Ben solve all the problems in there. And then we send everyone to Ben, and then Ben gets overloaded and he can't handle it because the capacity just isn't there. He may be the smartest person in the world, but he doesn't have the resources, or there's too much territorialism and it fails. And then we fire Ben because Ben, we hired you to do this job and you didn't do it. This is a well thought out program. It's not to try to take away from anybody.
I have Ben, Chris, and Elvin.
I'll let Chris go over for me, or I'll kind of do the last one. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm not saying that we shouldn't support this. I'm saying that we should. It's just that what I'm really trying to say is we're investing into this idea of a program that was taken away from us, I don't know, probably 15 years ago. And it took us 15 years to reinvest into it. And in the meantime, there were programs that came up out of the mud that probably could have used some support, the same support that we're going to give this program. We could have used that same support throughout the last 15 years is what I'm trying to say. Because yeah, it is a great idea and it is good and it will get passed because it is for the youth. But what I'm saying is the thing that we're not taking serious, and it's the fact that because it's a new thingy, we're going to invest everything into it. But we have not yet ever invested into any of these kids or any of these programs ever. And that's what I'm trying to say. I support your group. I support what you're trying to do, and we will make it happen. And it will be a beautiful one. Where was the support for all these programs before? Like, that's the big question. That's the big question.
I don't know what happened to the youth affairs program in the past. I'm not sure why it didn't get funded. I'm not sure why SYP didn't get funded in the past either. I wasn't on council then, but I'm not sure what happened.
You were on council the last 6 years, and they could have got funded then too. But beyond the point, my point was.
You were on it for.
Yeah, I know. You're right. My big thingy is just, this is a good endeavor. I can't wait for it to come up. The collaborative is going to be great. I just wish that we had the same mentality for the programs that we have currently that just keep falling through the cracks. But I'll take care of those programs.
I have Elvin, Totes, and then Royal.
This is for, your committee. You know, we have a tribal ranch out there. I was informed we had, 600 head of cattle. Now, the land base that we have is 988,000 acres that belong to the tribe. And this could be developed, this land we have, could be used to develop the biggest ranch in the world. And, take the funds from some of the TLE, which belongs to the tribe. We need to develop this own resource within the tribe. A beef is sold for 4,500 plus. Now, you sell 5,000 head of cattle, that's 22,500,000. This is for the future. We need to develop this tribal ranch. I think you should take that in consideration, development, because this is going to develop a resource in the future for our children, everybody. This needs to be done. All this past administration never did nothing for the tribe. This needs to be developed. It's not an overnight thing, it's going to take some time. But once it gets off the ground, this is going to support the tribe. We don't have to look for outside work, outside help from anybody. You need to look into the developers. That's the information I have for you.
I'm
Since you're on the developer.
I'm adding it
Thank
under
you.
the reports development portion, Alvin.
Totes.
You know, twice, when ARPA and COVID came and we received all that money, 2 times, or maybe even 3, but 2 for sure that I know of, it came to this body to, build a youth facility,
I read in the resolution for that.
and it never passed.
It passed and got rescinded.
Did it? Because when I was on, it didn't pass. And
And
when,
then after you exited and then ARPA money came in, we read in a resolution for a $17 million youth center. And it passed, and then the next, council meeting, the council majority of the council did not ratify the former meeting or approve the minutes, and then they, rescinded the motion for the resolution for the youth.
you know, I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention too, you know, how our youth just keeps going to the side. We really need the mental wellness and with all the different elements that we have right now, this is something huge. We really do need this. But yeah, I just want to bring that out. That was brought this forth twice and stopped that for our new youth facility. Thank you.
Okay, Taco, all of that, I'm trying to get it in within 3 minutes. Boy, make update. When it comes to youth, Petra, 해오그냥 커피 Dakota ostaje kada oskoti. Či ostaje ogna tako čuham hata tako čukri hina Petra hina ospokja na het hata Petra hina tako čuham jaka Woka kada čuham kolo na wogaliza. Na her hogana water to pick up here. Hey, hogana mosquito. So I just want to mention real briefly. I've known that youth and you look at communities and I look at coming of age ceremonies that go on within a community. And when that coming of age has a purpose within boys and girls. And it, as family units within a community are given jobs within your community. And when I look at coming of age ceremonies, when it comes to boys and their ceremonies, getting your first clue stick and then doing those ceremonies where life coaches come in, they teach you something, and then when it comes to Wiyaki, Ishnati na when it comes to our women, it comes to getting your first buckskin dress, and then it comes to life coaches coming in, having those, throwing the ball, but it has to be within that community, because every community has a young boy or a young girl coming of age. So, for example, as a purpose within your community, you're tasked to either create keeping the history of the community, writing in there that having that history written on those hides. I forget the name of those, but what they're called. So, community person, you're tasked either winter count or keeping the peta yohamani, keeping the fire. So it has to be within those communities working together to provide those ceremonies for our youth, to give them a purpose in life. I feel that when it comes to pride and tribes, going back to that traditional upcoming generations. It says in our Constitution, 7 generations. Then we have to let this body has to think within those 7 generations, the ones behind us. Now I look at this when it comes to. I like your presentation, and then is that a 1-year budget or?
Yes.
No?
Okay.
Because the whole thing behind it is that they'll find grant funding, in this first year we can fund them and they can find some supplemental funding.
And part of that, when it comes to controlling the narrative, some that do the ceremony, there's some that outside, I know there's one in Milk's Cap, and then Rick and Etling, 2 dogs, they have these youth camps. And that was one part that was brought to me, that it has to be a community effort, teaching the communities coming forward, one providing maybe Tipestala, or one providing those resources within a community, because a lot of the work with our youth, there has to be direction in having these, where you're going to stand as far as your family, and bringing back those cultural jobs within your community. I remember Stanley Redbird sat back here, and he said, let us help as community members, men, we care about our household. We care about our family. We care about our community. And as far as community policing and knowing that those issues within our tribe, we can, as a tribe, we can work towards that. Guiding our youth and bringing those ceremonies back for our youth, to give them purpose within those communities, to go about within, as a tribe, as an Oyate, to go forward and provide that, life coaches, like, a lot of that today and, our past, guiding our future, and then helping out, I wanna just make those comments on that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna try to get this in within 3 minutes here, but, I just wanna like the debate. I guess it's a good opportunity, good presentation, also good for our employees, but our youth. The only thing I have some concern on is the, safety and well-being, background checks for the people, in case there's we don't want to do anything that was going to cause any harm to our children. But at the same time, too, this committee or this project was brought up by a committee, and I would like to have seen some youth involved in that, some discussion, because I know they know what would need to be, what they would like and what they would like to see. And it's great. I mean, we want to put them on our culture, things to that effect, but each community, each kids are different and what they want. It's going to help them as they move on in life, as they get older. But so those are just my thoughts. I know we have quite a bit of programs that deal with youth. I know my wife dealt with youth with that. Some youth programs going on right now. But, a lot of these decisions coming here by this body, it should have been out towards the communities also, so people are aware of what's going on and what they can do and they can help. So those are just my thoughts about what we could do to help our youth, especially right now in the summertime, because during the school days, it's just after school when they're going to be kind of neglected, I suppose. But these are just things I think we do need, and I really don't like that we're going to be tug of warring here about this youth deal. That's needed here no matter what. But a lot of these programs that are out there, they're helping, and it's really hard right now because some of these programs, some of the families are not liking each other because of who's in charge, who's doing things, so they're not going to send their kid to do this stuff, whatever, which is kind of hard. Okay? It's kind of bad. So we shouldn't be even doing that because it's benefit. Our kids are getting lost because of it. The benefit is there, but because their parents don't like those people that are doing it, they're not gonna send their kid, which is bad. So that's one of my concerns, and it shouldn't be like that. But that's just the way this community and our life is evolving on our youth. But yeah, I do support it. I do want to make sure that we get things prepared. But I do wish you should have talked to other programs, the Chungo Nation Employment Training Program, Tocalanagio, all these other programs together to benefit together than just saying we're going to have something brand new and we're going to do something else. And, I know you guys are doing your thing, but it's all about the vision. And I don't like that. I'd rather have, the cohesion together so we can develop things for our youth. But I'm concerned because that's what's going on right now. It's actually happening right now. What we're talking about right now, there's division. They're saying, well, there's a people over here, there's a group over here, and I'm going to start a new group. So those are just my thoughts on it, about how we need to come together rather than just being divided. There's a lot of things that should have been brought up, years on end here, and it still has to be brought up no matter what. And again, this is a good thing, so we should be positive. We should continue to support that. But those are just my thoughts on it. And again, I do have other things, but my time's up, so I want to make sure I put that out there. But thank you for bringing this to us, and I hope we get some resolve out of this. But thank you.
Thank you. Just to answer some of your concerns, this is going to be a standalone tribal program. And the coordinators that are in these positions, if this gets approved and passed, will be charged with reaching out to the community and working with the tribal programs. On this body, around this table, consolidated between committees and boards, I sit on 8. I don't have time to go to all the communities and meet with all of the programs. I brainstormed an idea with a handful of people and was very thoughtful. I ain't trying to just, let's do something for the youth for the sake of it. I want this body to know that I worked with youth since I was a youth. When I was 13 years old, I went to my community meeting and I was complaining that it's boring here. There's nothing to do. I wrote a letter to Willie Kindle when I was 13. He was the tribal president back then. And I was told by an elder in my community, well, what do you want to do? Do it. So I started coordinating dances in the Rosebud community. And through that, these young people who didn't get along in our community eventually all started showing up to these events. And there's peace, and it was good. And eventually a lot of the problems that we had in our community dissipated just from one small thing, a bi-weekly dance. And I continue to work for the youth and with the youth in my community. And I have a lot of young people that can attest to that. The dance teams I've had, the trees we planted in this community, a lot of the things that we've done. So I have worked with the youth in the past. What we did was we looked at what our youth are currently doing and what we have here that's available now. What we have from our culture as far as hand games, the art that people are into, beading, regalia making, all of these things that we currently have to offer for young people. And this program is not going to be, oh, we're going to be in charge of workforce development. No, they're going to work with everyone who's already working with workforce development. What's missing is the in-between go-to person. And that happens here with us too. Like yesterday, we passed a resolution for our mental health code so we can have involuntary commitments. But there's a break because there wasn't an in-between person to bring together these programs to, oh, how's this going to work? We just passed a resolution and let it go. Well, we do that. We're busy, we have so much to deal with. And this program is going to play as an in-between person to reach out to these programs who are already doing some of this work and have some of this knowledge. It's not to just, oh, we're starting something new and we're going to take over. No, this program is going to be built in with working with things that already exist, especially because of the limited budget too. And I understand that people have been, they're professionals in all of these areas that we talk about. And we wrote this and developed this program knowing that. So we're not trying to duplicate services. We're not trying to take over anybody's job that they're currently doing. We just want to make sure that there's something there, driving force for the youth, and it's a tribal program that's funded every year, and it doesn't stop.
Yeah, Lyra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation. That was good. I don't have anything bad to say about anything. I know today is really kind of a hard day for me to be here because I lost the grandson. Right now, how we are doing things doesn't work. It doesn't work. And we try, this tribe, that's the good thing about us, is we try different things. And the people, step back and they see what we're gonna do. And I don't know why. I don't understand it either. But I don't know why we don't have anything here on bowling. We all know that in every community, our kids are really hurting. We have two great leaders in this age group. You, Christopher, you're both doing really good work. And that, to me, is powerful. And the Lakota way of life, it belongs to all of us, everybody, We're all Lakota, we're all from Rosebud Sioux tribe. We're proud of it. If we didn't care about who we were, we wouldn't be here today. We would not be sitting where we're at. We would not be enduring the hardships with our people. And I think something that my mom always said to me before I went out the door to come to work, she always said, "Michungshi, I said, okay, go to work with a good heart. Go to work with a good heart. Do something good. Do something good today." And right now we're all like pulling at straws because we need some the answers are here. This is all ours. This is all of ours. The answers are in our culture. The answers are in our way of life. But what the problem is we're all territorial. All our reservations have a lot that we can share together, you know. And our youth, boy, they're hungry. They're hungry for love and attention. And I'd like to see us work together and you continue doing what you're doing. I don't care. 500,000, give it to the kids. That's their money. We blow it on things that aren't even here. Let's invest in something, even if we start small. I'm sad that that $17 million thing didn't go through. It should have. It should have. But we can continue now. We can continue, and that's really good to see the vision and working together with a good heart. Namaste. Thank you.
And
I just want to say that I'm in favor of presentation, what we're going to do for our youth. In my community, I have some youth that I like to see do some activities, some just walking around. We do have a youth group. I think there's more funding, do things, so what's been covered on the table of discussion. I'd like to see some of that done in my area. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Stan. And that's what I envision in this, is the family events coordinator and the athletics coordinator will reach out to all the community youth groups and see what kind of events they'd like to host in their communities or what their capabilities are. And not just that, but all of the coordinators for their area of expertise to go in and work with them. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Coach.
You know, this was brought on the floor, good intentions and good energy. And like Councilwoman Wright said, surveys can go out after this. We need to start this foundation here that has been broken in the past. And one of my colleagues said, well, what if nobody wants to send their kids because of who's working? We didn't even hire anybody yet. So don't know where that energy is coming from. You know, this is something good that's here. And the collaboration is going to happen. We have childcare up there who's doing things, Boys and Girls Club, the church is doing things, the Tokala's doing things. There needs to be collaboration. It shouldn't be mine, it shouldn't be this, everything here belongs to the Rosebud Sioux tribe. We work for the people. This is an opportunity to provide more for the youth, do collaboration with everybody, because I tell you what, they're going to jump right on board and say, hey, how can we help you with this? Because it's not reinventing the wheel, it's adding to it. It's adding to it for the youth. Mental wellness is very important. We just lost one. Suicide this morning, another one. So this definitely needs to happen, you guys, and the collaboration needs to be brought forth. Thank you.
Mike.
I was just listening, you know, I'm yoga and I was school. The youth of my day didn't have to deal with the challenges that the kids today have to deal with. And in my own mind, I knew who the target group I would prefer to concentrate on, but you know, that's.
Yep.
So back in my day, what worked, what I saw what worked is the quickest way to get a kid's attention is a reward. And I remember the youth programs that were here back in the 60s, you know, where kids were actually given a task, or given a job, you know, and paid a wage. And there's plenty of money for that sort of thing. And I think that paid some really big dividends. Because a lot of there's a lot of people today that participated in those programs who are not successful, you know, in their own right. Because they were given, you know, one of our number one enemies is poverty. You know, perfect example, take your kid into the store and see what that creates in that kid's mind. You know, everybody wants candy. And I don't mean literally candy, but I'm just saying everybody wants, you know, everybody wants, when you're a child, you want the attention, I guess, not, you know, I know it's a poor example, probably. But the satisfaction you get from being able to have something that everybody else has, you know. And again, when I say that, I'm referring to the kids that I think that, you know, we really should. I wish we really could help, because I just see so many of them that we got class disparity, you know. Working people, we got people that don't work. You know, that makes the task more difficult. But I guess I'm all for creating opportunities for young people to have options, alternatives. And in my days, you know, a job, money, you know, was really important. Sports, you know, we know sports are important. You know, it's really sad that big project that was alluded to earlier, that a lot of effort and time and resources went into create a big multi-purpose youth facility over there somewhere. You know, got that close. And there was a whole ton of money that flowed through here that could have paid for that. But it died here because us adults got steady. We all wanted. We just all thought of ourselves. And if I recall, that's what I heard kill that project. So
I think some of.
but, you know, it's going to take, you know, in order to really do something that's going to have an impact, and that's what we're looking for. But unfortunately, you know, I mean, the other reality is these things took us a long time to get where we are. It takes a long time sometimes to get back to where we would like to be. And if we don't start somewhere, you know, it's never going to happen. So from that standpoint, I support any activity. I just wish that we could provide opportunities for kids to be rewarded for their efforts. Because I think that you know, that is more impactful than anything else when it comes to kids. Hey, I was a kid before, you know, and I know what was important to me.
Maybe that can come.
You know what the thing that caused depression in my mind? not being able to buy firecrackers when everybody else could have firecrackers, not being able to have a candy bar when everybody else had it, you know. Again, that was my generation. I don't think kids are any different today.
I think it's worse now because
Probably is.
now they have access to the internet and they get to see
That's right.
all the things
Plenty of
in the world
distractions out
that they don't have.
Any distraction. Kids get bored very easily, and they lose interest very quickly. You've got to grab their attention.
Mike, I will add
Back in
that.
my day, that was a job, and you know, and $1.25 an hour. You know, that went a long ways
Yeah.
to keep me engaged. Got me engaged and kept me engaged.
I will, add create opportunities for, rewarded efforts into some of the programming as far as the scope of work. In council, I can't take all the credit for this because the committee helped me. We did create job descriptions. I didn't push those forward at all. I wanted to first touch base with all of you to hear any of your feedback, any additions that you'd like to see, any of that. I'll share those via email. Feel free to, it'll be a Google document. So just feel free to make your comments or changes in that Google Doc link. And if you don't want a Google Doc link, I'll print it out for you, Mike. And you can mark it up then.
I have one more comment. Many years ago, tribe received a large settlement amount of money, and before we blew it all, put $5 million in the bank, called it the 7th Generation Fund. And we put a resolution in place that required to protect that money. Put a resolution in place that requires 90% of us to vote in favor to do anything with the principal. Although we're free to, you know, spend the interest on that how we please. In my mind, we failed to go one step further, and that was to use our imagination and have the intelligence to invest that money in more than just a bank certificate that pays 3% a year. You know, when there's investment opportunities, sound investment opportunities, you know, where you can very easily make 12, 13, 14, 15% on your money. It's called the investment world. Everybody does it. We don't do it. And when we do it, we give it to somebody else. We never pay attention to it. Never. You know. I've got a small portfolio, and I'm just I just graduated from high school, you know, and everything else I learned on my own, you know, and but I've got money invested. I make 13% a year return on that money. Pretty simple, you know. I have stock in Microsoft, and I used to have stock in Disney, in Boeing, just not a hell of a lot of money, but I made money. I made an average of 13% return ever since I started 20 years ago. You know. And if I can do it, you know, my goodness. And I had the help of a certified financial planner. And I had a fiduciary oath of responsibility to me as one of his clients. We don't do that. We don't do that here.
Okay, Mike.
But I'm just, you know.
We do have an investment fund
But
that
my point is that we did put that money away for the 7th generation. That's, you
is
know.
still in existence? You know?
What's that?
Do you know if that fund is still in existence?
Our investment fund?
No, the 7th generation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there.
Is that the investment fund?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Mike. I have Tammy next.
Yeah, the time we called this center, because
Mike.
for kids, we lost track of that, for Christ's sakes.
Mike,
And we
Tammy's
put that
next.
money aside for children, for our kids.
Are you sorry? Okay. You know, I just want to say that, I grew up with my mom and my grandma and my grandpa leading our community. And they did a lot for the youth down there, and we always participated, we helped, we assisted in whatever way possible. My, grandma brought in, and my mom, Head Start. We made sure we had summer youth there every year, and not only that, the summer food program, which we haven't had for a lot of years. We haven't had a lot of activities for our, community for a lot of years. But, I'm in support of this, so I would like to entertain a motion. And this is okay, it's okay if you're okay with it, okay? Motion to move this forward to budget and finance, to add into the FY 2027 budget and to bring it forward to council by a resolution.
Second.
Second, okay.
Second by Sherry. A motion by Tammy to move this forward to budget and finance. And to include into the FY 27 budget. Is that the whole motion?
Yeah, that's the motion.
Okay,
Motion to move this forward to budget and finance, to add into the FY 27 budget and to bring forward to council by a resolution.
motion by Tammy, is there a second?
Sure.
Sherry seconded, or? Sure. Discussion. I got Chris and then Lila.
Okay, more for Sherry. So you're trying to get this established by the new fiscal year,
Yes,
October 1st?
yes.
And you said, you could change your budget from 400 if you needed to do less or more?
There was 200,000 in there budgeted for community events or planning or the rewards or whatever.
Like the fine, what are the other, so one of them is 400,000, what's the other one?
500,000.
That's what happens when we do motions before we get done with questions.
For discussion.
Sorry. Close it.
This budget reflects, it doesn't reflect like a phone, it doesn't reflect, anything except the tribal employees, it doesn't affect, include rent, or anything like that. So keep that in mind. It just has, tribal employees for the 6 employees and, the payroll taxes, 401k, vision, dental, life insurance, so the subtotal of just the employee portion is $275,918.30. Then we have office supplies and equipment of 11,000. And activity and planning, and I left that broad because I figured that would need to be budgeted by the program once we hired somebody to come forth and let us know what they're planning for.
That's not enough, I'm telling you that right
I know.
now. We're on that same 300, and we only have enough for 3 employees, and they're paid dirt. The number, you're gonna have to increase this by a lot.
Well, the total number, with the 200,000 for the planning and is $486,918.30. $486,918.30.
Okay. Okay. Well, one thing I can guarantee is, I know a quarter of it, because since we didn't, support the, 150th, I know that there's 100K sitting there. So I know that there's a quarter of that there. That gives us, what, 12 weeks to come up with the rest of it? About 12 weeks to come up with $386,000. Pretty doable. One thing I want to encourage our listeners and our viewers to do too is come to Budget and Finance, and if you have an awesome opportunity that this tribe can benefit from, I encourage you to bring your budget forth to its Budget and Finance, and maybe we can get you on the new fiscal year plan as well. But we have 100,000 that can take care of you guys for right now, so we'll work on trying to get the other 385.
We have Lila, Mike, Tammy, and Toots.
I just had a quick question. So the budget is 486,918.30, and that's for the whole bill. And you guys, I mean, I'm just looking at how I want you guys to work together. And I want us to have that impact. And how are we gonna, because both of you are powerful people. You're leaders, and, the kids, boy, they just, So how, you said there's that 100,000 from that little big one?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? And then, we still would need the 386.
Yes.
So, and, I think that this is a really opportune time, because we're gonna get bombarded and flooded with probably programs asking questions and everything. And, they say, something's moving here, and it started today. So we need to keep that going. But I always look at, okay, we name our programs really powerful names. We have to remember what those names mean. Pokala Inajia. They have stood up. And that was the beginning. The Tokala is, that power. And so, how you're gonna name these things, say, go to your elders and ask them, what's gonna make it wash that strength? What's gonna give it that power and that strength? So, thinking about that, the answers, and they'll help, But I wanna see us have together. That's the only way we're gonna do anything good, is to get Tala washu chumpet like this, together. To this, I don't know, social media, all that crap, it's out there. But we're still a people. And we can't do nothing without the other. Both sides, both ways, your right side, your left side, we can't do nothing. So I want us to be together, and let's look at solutions and make it a goal. Make it a goal. It's good. And I thank you guys, because we're in a whole different, realm of this generation. So we can get them and pull them back in. Thank you. I'm old. You're not old.
45.
Mike.
Oh, you don't know what old is.
Yeah.
I'm speaking from past experience. And doing the budget and finance work. When it comes to trying to find money to fund everything. are you willing to, you need to be willing to sacrifice in other areas in order to do this. It could come to that. And I can say that with, almost certainty that, because this is a new adventure, and our plate's already full. Wayne can tell you that. We're good at wanting to fund things. One thing we're not good at is finding the money. Here's a little thing I'll throw out there. We have land that one of our powers and means to raise money is to tax. We have the power to tax. 50 years ago, the council implemented land taxes on raising land, farmland. Those taxes are still, being collected. The amount that was determined for the tax was contingent on the economy and the buying power of $1 at that time. You're staying with me. A dime bought a candy bar. Today a candy bar costs, way over $1. See where I'm going there? One of the things we should do, and we could do if we've got the guts to do it, is to adjust those taxes to reflect inflation. What that dime or that quarter was worth back then to what it could buy, how much that has to be in order to buy the same thing today. And candy bar cost a dime back then, today they cost way more than that, primarily because of inflation, right? Nobody can argue with that. So let's address those fees to reflect inflation. And we should look into that. I asked Ken Ledoux to look into that. I bet you there's several $100,000 there that could be brought into tribal coffers. And the people that are going to pay it are going to, go like that. But one of the difficult things you do sometimes in order to provide services. Just one thought. Re-examine our investment policy, how we invest our money. Other people can do it, make at least itself glad. And we're just as smart as anybody else.
You have Tammy and Boots.
Okay. I'll amend that motion to include the startup, to help some of the startup costs to come out of the seventh generation fund interest. Because that doesn't need 90%.
So Tammy, go.
She's making a motion.
Well, Tammy already made her motion, we were in discussion.
She's amending.
Amending it to,
Have this funding come from the seventh generation fund.
I would not advise that. We're already making money on the second generation foundation part of that. And we've been spending it, that money's already coming in. We've been spending it.
Been spending it on what?
Everything.
I brought it
That's
up.
why, I tell you.
Well, you brought it up, Mike.
Do you just want us to leave it up to the budget and finance committee to find the funds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't complicate
Don't
things.
amend it, we'll strike that. Strike it, your amendment. It's up to you, it's your motion.
It's like we always compromise when it comes to certain things that really affect some of our programs, our youth, our individuals, and things like that. when there was a comment made, at one point in time, it's bigger than the tribal council. And that comment kind of, put out there to me that regardless of anything, things are gonna get done and move forward without this body's opinion, without this body's discussion, without anything. And now we have something on the floor that I can honestly say that is gonna be here for generations to come. It's a program. It's not hosting functions, it will eventually, but it's a startup program to assist our youth. Is that not bigger than the tribal council? Or is it not? You know, I don't know. But I would like to see for this program to actually get going and off the floor where it can collaborate. And if they're saying they've been using the interest rate off of the 7th generation fund to fund other things, are those other things youth too?
Well, those funds haven't been tapped for 3 years, 3, 4 years. And haven't used this all the time. We have to keep the $5 million investment period intact.
Understand?
And so I think we have close to $8 million, so there's about almost $1 million interest that we put off.
And she's just asking for a measly 500 and some thousand, that's.
186,000.
Yeah. So, but yet we can throw so much millions of dollars at our casino to help get it out of debt. We can throw millions of dollars at other things, but,
Just explain to you, we haven't used any of that money for a long time.
well, I think we
So we can use it.
use for some of it, the interest. I'll leave it in there and they can discuss it, they can make that determination. But I feel, you know, this is really taking a lot of time on the floor. There's a motion on the floor and there's a second. So,
Yeah, we're in discussion. I was, all we need is a question. I have Totes and Broyle that raise their hands for discussion.
I'll question if there's no more discussion or after Royal. Royal?
Broyle, did you have a discussion on that?
Yeah, I was just wanting to hear from our lobbyist, Ross,
Question by Totes.
Oh,
Can you do
All
roll
in
call?
favor?
No, we had our hands up first.
I have total, sorry, let's see. You want to pull back your question?
Yep.
Hold on, so. Broyle, you went. Who had their hands up? Ben?
We both did, but, okay, so I was just curious,
Chris.
are we gonna amend the motion or not?
Yes, it is amended.
So are you gonna, yes, you're gonna amend it? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And with the whole 468 funded, or just half, or like, whole thing? Okay, well, never mind. What about us? We're here for this event, we're not here for mine, we're here for this event, so.
Ben, did you have your hand up?
yeah. My question is just that, I know we want to be together, we want to be able to get this thing moving and stuff, so my just concern is that, if we could include other youth programs in this, because again, if they're being left out, then, we should probably come together to help them, I think, if it's possible, but that's just my thought on it, because again, we do have other youth programs out there that are losing funding and that are not being supported, so we want to make sure that we support them as a tribe also, so if we get these things moving, then we should probably get them moving also, but that's just my thought on it, but, speaking up, thank you.
Lila?
It's really good, and I want this to happen. But I also want to make sure that, like, I'm in that situation with Ben, and about this group too, the youth council. They're already in the works, they're already in process, and how are we gonna help them too? How are we gonna collaborate? That's the word, collaborate.
Sherry, do you want to answer?
Sure.
So,
I just want to state something quickly. us as a tribal council, we're a council of the people. But we're not able to do all the things without our programs. We need our programs to do those things. The reason why I brought this forward today is because it doesn't exist. Tocala Inaggio and whatever other programs that already exist will come forth in the 27 budget. This one doesn't exist. I came today to get it on the schedule for the budgetary process.
Well, that makes sense. So, I mean, it's good, and I want us to see us go forward. And this happened before, and it was successful, so I don't know what happened, but it's so needed. It's so needed, and we gotta do something. You know, our budgetary process is coming up, and I think that, you know, our listeners and people out there, you know, they'll probably come and give us ideas too, but this is, will be what the 2027 start.
And this is for the budget portion only, and I'll bring the final proposal with the ordinance for the creation of the
This will
program.
be job descriptions and a resolution.
And a resolution.
So this is for the budget
This is the
portion.
budget.
Yeah, so all that will be forthcoming. I didn't want to do all that work and then get shot down.
It's true.
So that was enough, that was a lot of work already.
So that makes sense. I just want to make sure that everybody is on the same page here. It's good discussion. I don't know if anybody else has. I really think we need more discussion, you know, but I don't know. I don't want to hurry into something, but there's still some things here that I think we all probably should need to discuss some more. So.
And we can plan a meeting if you'd like. We could set some time aside at one of the governmental affairs meeting, which is the committee that's been working on this.
Yeah.
And the council is invited, of course, and we can listen to any input or whoever else you all may think needs to come when it comes to finalizing the resolution and the program proposal.
I call for the question. Totes. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Cowboy.
Madam Chair, I have a gentleman here that would just like to put out some information, right? It's just information for the public.
Is there any opposition for him giving him the floor?
It just pull it right there. Good afternoon, council and administration. Okay, actually, my name is Justin Baker, and I have my chief here, Chaz Whitefeather. We represent a program called Tiwahe Kinipi under SGU, and we're having a walk against violence on Monday, July 13th at 10 a.m. We're going to start at sunrise, and we're going to walk through Mission, ending up at the multi-purpose building. Sichanggu Ko Food Sovereignty Initiative will be providing a meal once the walkers arrive. Dwayne Hollow Hornbear, he's going to be pulling a flatbed with the drum group, and there'll be plenty of room on that flatbed for any of the elderlies or any of the handicaps that want to participate that can't walk. And then behind the flatbed, we will have vehicles that kind of decked out with signs, and then the walkers. And then the SGU Horse Ranch, they're going to bring the Shumwa Khan, they're going to Justin, Shari Chikte, they're going to put their regalia on them, and they'll kind of bring up the rear. I had reached out to law enforcement services. I know they're kind of strained right now, so Todd County Sheriff's Department is going to provide 2 marked vehicles, one for the front and one for the back. So could I have somebody pass these flyers out for me?
Justin, what's the date? Of
Monday, and one of the things that I wanted to ask, I had reached out to the governance, I think it's the governance
13th?
committee, and they're having a public hearing on Monday.
On the 13th?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the 13th, sorry. And I had asked them to join us and to have that meeting all together once we arrive at the multi-purpose, but the AG, I guess, instructed them that a public hearing is, different from a public forum. So what I politely would like to request is maybe they could reschedule that. We've been working on this for quite some time. We put a lot of effort, and we don't want people to choose which event they're going to go to, where they're going to share their voice. One of the goals that we have at the public forum is to create community-led teams, community outreach, community patrol. And with community patrol, the idea is not to answer violence with violence, but just to be visible, be seen, be heard. My brother Andrew, he lives out west of St. Francis and in the housing there. And last week there was a gang fight kind of happening up the road. And he went out to watch his truck. He works for a construction company, and he was worried about his truck. So he called the cops, and then on his audio system, he cranked the theme song to Mortal Kombat, and he started laughing at those people. And you know what they did? They stopped fighting and they left. Just to be seen. He didn't go down there and try to interfere. He didn't try to get violent with them. He let them know that he was watching them, listening to them, and he laughed at them. I think that laughter was kind of a big deal too. So that's going to be the goal of the public forum after the walk. What are we as community members going to do? Not pointing the finger to the tribal administration, not pointing the finger to tribal programs or to SGU. What are we going to do in our own communities? Can some of our young men who are really don't have a lot to do, could they put on some vests and walk around? Could they go and ask grandma if she needs things carried in from the car? Does she need wood chop? Just having people visible. And then another team could be community outreach. I have a lot of children, I have daughters, and through Hunka, I have a lot of sons, and this is one of them here, Chaz. And he's a really good singer, and me and Chaz, we try to do as much community outreach as we can. We started taking the drum group into White River Elementary, which was kind of a big deal because 85% of their students are American Indian students, but they didn't have that access to culture. And a lot of those kids are wanting to stay after school. They want to come and sing. They want to be around the drum. They want to dance. They want to go into the ceremonies. They want to experience who they are. And I think that's really important to combat the things that we're seeing in the communities. The violence, all the things that comes with poverty. We all know that these things come with poverty. But the opposite of that is going to be connection and healing and creating these things like these walks. This morning we were in the middle of a camp, a boys' camp, and they were riding horse. They were building lances for themselves. Then they were going to go fishing. And I know that none of those boys are going to be committing any violence today. Maybe that's only 10 of them, but that's 10 of them that I don't have to worry about that happening to today. So we're inviting council, everybody to come, walk with us, join us, bring your horses, bring your ideas, bring your relatives. And if I could kindly make that request, if the governance committee could reschedule that so that the relatives don't have to choose. I only want to take up about that much time. But I want my son here to sing a song, and then I would like to translate what he's saying in this song, which was composed by the man that raised him. When Chaz was born, he had a lot of issues. There was birth defects, there was health issues, and the parents didn't want him. He could have easily fell into alcohol, violence, but a man by the name Marty Makestrom said, I'm going to have him raise him. And now he carries these songs. So if you could sing your grandpa's Ocheti Shakoy along.
Hey!
che che shaka oh Oh, Chete Shaka, oh, La Oh, yeah,
I know many of you are making decisions today, and you know that's who you are. You speak for the people. You make these decisions. So I hope that that song could bring you some strength. And the message of that song, for those that might not understand the words, Ocheki Shakoiki Hea Aglihunialo. The 7 council fires, they come returning, saying this, Lakota Ocheki Chawahancham Kawalo, that they're going to use the Lakota way of prayer as a shield for themselves, their people, their families. And this next part, real important for what happens here. Oyate ki Dabia kapi heche wala kapi ktelo. Dokelia kapi heche wala kapi ktelo. The things that you're talking about, the things that you mean, what you say, wala kapi ktelo, that's what you're going to see happen. So you're discussing these programs that are working for children. We represent one of them, and this is one of the things that we're going to be doing. And I'm glad to see that this new program to be getting funding, and when they get started, you know, we're willing to do anything to help out other programs that serve children. They just have to shoot us an email, give us a call. We're there to help no matter what we can do, bring the horses or songs or whatever. So I just wanted to say about that much, and to ask politely if that could be changed to another time where we could all do these things together. Budget,
Travis, I'll have, in regards to the public hearing, I'll have Sherry that was coordinating it so she can respond.
Thank you. I'm really sorry that we didn't see that you were having this walk and that it's conflicted. We do legally have to have these public announcements, which we did, and I think what the committee can do is we can extend the time frame of the public hearing to give grace to those who want to participate in the walk, and it'll give them time to come here. And if it gets started late, then the public hearing gets started late, then we'll stay and sit. If that's a good compromise for you.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for your song. Toast.
I have a young lady back here, this issue has to do with SGU, so she'd like to take the floor. I don't know where things stand.
Maurice, what is it in regards to?
Several issues that involve the grievance process.
Okay, Maurice, in regards to anybody that's in a grievance process right now, we will allow them to address our council because they can be called in as witnesses. Are there any objections for her to get the floor? Sure.
I really don't want to do her grievance process. And with our own federal employees, we never do that. And I don't want you to feel like you're getting rejected by your council. I do want you to go through your process and have a fair process and not have the outcome of that be burdened or that opportunity taken away from you for speaking before us today. After that process, we do welcome you to come.
The process is over. I've received replies back, and it's not fair.
And then the next step to that, Maurice, is tribal court. The court, but even if you do, even through that process, council could still be called in as witnesses, so we just don't want to interfere with that process for you.
I have forwarded those emails on my grievances to the education and the personnel committee. Because I had thought that they would be the ones to take, to hear this before bringing it to the rest of the communities. Is there a court case that you can name that we can find out more about on our own without having to come here?
Not specifically, but I'm sure the clerk of courts can help you. Chief clerk of courts.
Okay.
All righty. I'm sorry, apologize, Maurice, but we just don't want to interfere with any further processes.
I'm gonna ask this.
Oh,
One of
so
my
yeah,
biggest
for her.
concerns is the presidential search that's going on. Is there any way that the council can intervene in that search?
I don't think so, no. Because it goes, well, Mike, you sit on the board of regents, so that would go under the charter and she's bylaws,
At
right?
this point, the position was advertised, there are applicants, and that's where it's at. That's as far as it's gotten. Now, if the request is for the council to get involved in that selection, well, not a good idea. And I think you all know that.
My opinion is that the board is compromised.
Let it play out. These things are difficult. to discuss.
That's what all can be done. I don't know what else I can do.
Sherry?
Thank you. I believe that this body has recommending power to our boards, but just as we did with the SWA situation, we were stopped at this body and advised by council to our council to let the board do their work and forward. So I just wanted to let you know that we have experienced this with another charter, and that's what has happened in the past.
Yeah.
Council's break for lunch for an hour. to, are you guys ready? Yes.
Man, $12 right here.
This one?
Yeah, that's all. And then, Gary said it was, resolutions.
Those are right here, we.
Oh, you got it?
And then, she didn't pass out. We have them right here.
Hold on, hold on.
Okay, well,
The ones, which ones? In, I need a copy of the resolution Patty needs. These guys?
she had a whole bunch.
Text her and ask her. That might be these ones that he passed out earlier.
Passed out earlier. Yeah, passed those out earlier.
Oh, yeah. He passed them out earlier. They're on your,
Okay.
It says document.
yeah.
Second one, I passed out.
Oh, yeah.
Hamadaki api maka ikilia hime tante washte nape chuzapilo. Shake your hand with a warm and good heart. My Lakota name is Close to Earth. English name is Kevin Killer. Good to see you all again, council, and just good to be listening to some of the stuff you're working on and some of the problems that a lot of our tribes face in this area, and it's really good conversation around the youth and all that, and it's just I'm glad that's the focus because that is our future. And I was visiting with one of the councilmen earlier, but just that discussion actually brought up something and something to consider for the council moving forward, and that we could definitely research this if the treasurer Boyd isn't already looking into this. But they do have those Trump accounts, everybody like $2,000 and all that. But if you do have money set aside, you might be able to leverage that to actually look at something in the future. And just I don't know if you're able to use those bonds, but that's an idea, and all that kind of stuff, and that would kind of help just sit there thinking and say, hey, how can we support? But there's also other foundations I'd be willing to connect some of the council to as well, and make sure that we kind of keep working for the youth and all that kind of stuff, because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. So, but again, it's good to be here, good to visit with you. Sorry, I was in and out of meetings, I was on calls and all that, but also ceremony time, so definitely offer prayers for all who are Sundancing right now and participating in ceremonies. I actually got to go right after this to Sundance. So I'll be there. But also, prayers, Councilwoman, for your grandson who passed away and all that. So definitely want to say that, acknowledge that. And for Ty Delandra as well. I know that was a hard loss too, for just a lot of people. So definitely, we just keep the focus on young people and keep, moving there. But with that, I'll definitely turn it over to Ross, and I'll talk about some stuff when it comes up, but Ross can kind of go. Thank you. Wolpe.
I can give you some Hebrew if you want to. Shalom. Beryl Ben Reuben is my Hebrew name. Good afternoon. I'm Ross Gerlich Bell, working with Kevin for MRGB Consulting. And we just kind of wanted to come here to give you a quick kind of overview of last session, because we didn't get a chance to do that, kind of wrap that up, and then kind of also look at the elections, and then go over a couple on the to-do list of some of the things that we're looking at moving into the next session and with Congress. So
Oh, we're just looking for the resolution.
Okay.
first.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Um, So, yeah.
There's some in here.
Okay. All right. All right, so what we did do right after sessions, we did do a second visit to DC with the council members. With this time, we kind of focused on housing. You can see some of the pictures there, some of the drone shots that we did of the Housing Authority here in Rosebud to be able to show members of Congress exactly what's going on, why there's issues with the funding that needs to be increased to help with maintenance, be able to show them the housing that needs help, and that there's also obviously quite a bit of a shortage. That went over pretty well. We met with obviously the congressional delegation, met with HUD, very in-depth conversations there and different ideas. And then the White House, it was kind of a good eye-opener for the staff there that are relatively new to the issue. What was good, though, is the staff there did seem to have some background ahead of time, which is different than during the first Trump administration when the staff didn't even know how reservations were set up and stuff. So this was a lot different, and the council members did an excellent job in conveying the message. But to jump quickly to South Dakota, so we had several goals that you guys set for us to attack. And one of those was being work on getting tribal consultation more set up within the state. And that's something that we did talk to several of the representatives, and Representative Poyer went forward with it. As many of you know, she did switch parties. That actually was very valuable in having someone in the majority caucus, since it's a super majority there, that understood tribal policy and issues, and shows she was very successful in getting policy done. It was kind of interesting to see what that does. So the Speaker of the House stops a hearing and actually starts helping her amend the bill to fix it so it can pass, which never would happen when she was in the Democrat side. And so they did come up with some guiding principles for how to work with the tribes that each agency is supposed to take into account. It's not consultation directly, but it is kind of taking a step to where the state agencies start having to understand and work with the tribes when they're looking at policy. She also worked on modifying the tax collection agreements and getting the state to look at those in a little bit better detail. Didn't necessarily resolve the issue of these online tax revenue being collected from 2018 till the newest agreement. But it did kind of start making clear moving forward what the state needs to do. And in that regard, Senator Grove was very valuable in getting the tax commissioner to be able to get on the phone with the tribal leaders to start trying to figure out that reconciliation issue on the past owed funds. And that we still have to keep going forward. Unfortunately, with Grove's loss, we're losing an advocate there on that issue, but I'm sure hopefully the new representative senator in that area comes forward on it. We also, they did pass the resolution that Representative Emery brought in front to get the Tribal Law Enforcement Academy. As you know, the BIA is moving forward on that, so that's been probably a decade or more of the tribes of South Dakota pushing for it. It's not in South Dakota, it's in North Dakota, but it doesn't matter. It's in the Oceti-Sakowee area. That's what matters. And so hopefully that'll be going online pretty relatively soon. As far as the state park admission, that was pushed back on by the Parks and Rec, Park Game and Fish. And that was basically because they wanted to see what the cost would be first. So what we need to do is kind of help them figure out how much it would actually be to offer that. Because what they had happen is the veterans came back last year as well asking for free access. And they started realizing we can't give free access to everybody, otherwise we can't maintain bathrooms and other things there. So they want to be able to make sure that if it's offered, that there's either an offset somewhere or it's not going to be that impactful. Right now, Yankton and Crow Creek have it for their adjacent parks, but not for the whole system. The other concern was they wanted to make sure the language was clear that it was only for tribes that share the same boundaries as South Dakota. It wouldn't be for any tribal member in the country to come and use the state parks because they're worried about out-of-state tourists then fishing and using everything and not paying anything to it. That was an amendment that I think everybody was agreeable to. The DHS also for the tribal law enforcement was agreed to. And then there was the interim for the task force on the tax collection. That did not get passed. Senator Grove was trying to get that as part of a deal after the bill was being killed, but it didn't happen. But the tax commissioner again said he'd work with the tribes. Yes.
Grove and Purdy had put in their updates that they had forwarded a bill and it passed to help with doing backgrounds.
Yes.
And do you know specifics on it?
That was another one that did, I believe that passed. It was to be able to, for some reason, Sisseton was the only one that had access to the state background check system through some agreement, I guess, in the past. And nobody was really sure why it was just Sisseton. And this kind of opened it up for other tribes that want to go into an agreement with the state to be able to do that.
So we have to enter into an agreement.
Yeah, it's like you have to work with the state on that because you're accessing their system for the background check. But I can find out more on that, how it works. But it was to be able to give it so you have access to the background check system.
If you could, because I know like in the tribe here, like Lisa pointed out yesterday, it says that we have to do our own with our Attorney General's office. But it would probably be beneficial to like the St. Francis school system,
Right.
county, and city.
Head Start.
Head Start. Oh yeah, Head Start.
Okay, so we can jump to the next. Okay, and this, I think I've sent this out to you. This is just the totals here, so I don't need to go over that either too much of how many bills went through, total legislation. Now, this is on the federal level. I wanted to jump here a little bit on IHBG funding. I know there was a little concern that there has been a kind of a slow dropping in the levels. So what I did is I went to the HUD website where they have all the allocations listed all the way back to 2007 and pulled up what the last couple of years were. And you can see there's slight dropping of about 400, 500. But the variables that go into that are quite detailed. And I'm happy to share that with you. It's on the HUD site, the Excel file they use. It's birth, death rates. It's all kinds of different things. So the variable is very minor. The funding has been, as you've seen in the past, pretty much level funding. So that really doesn't change too much there. So the IHBG, you can see what the estimate is for this year. It's looks like a couple hundred, maybe a couple $1,000 differential. But it's when you're talking the amount you're getting 10 million, it's not as big as you think. Rosebud's the third largest recipient out of the Great Plains region, I believe behind Ogallala and Cheyenne River, I think it is, yeah. And I can double check that, but I'm happy to get you the HUD stuff. I want to go through and kind of do the data chart, the individual points, so that you guys can see where maybe there's a variance that is challengeable.
That's weird, because we're second largest in population.
What was that?
I said that would be weird because we're the second largest in population.
Yeah, well, they take into account too also income and all these other variables. So that's why it's a problem. It's very hard to figure out how HUD comes up with it, but it's all due to the negotiated rulemaking that was set, 2 decades ago now. So that's, well, then you have the single multi-race issue too. So that changes your calculation also and how they back it in the funding. So it's kind of a weird flip once they do that for the single multi-race factor.
And we need a better census, right?
What was that?
A better census.
Yeah, and the census and IHS numbers and and like I said, I'll send you guys just an example of how they come up with the formula, and you can see all the different inputs that go in that make it difficult to know where you're coming out each year. As long as you're not seeing a major shift, you should be okay. Now on that, Nahasda Modernization Act of 2026 is kind of just sitting there. They're trying to get support for it. I know there's some issues with the fact that the reason why they did modernization versus reauthorization, from what I've been told, was kind of to get around triggering another negotiated rulemaking that would become burdensome and deal with the formula. Now, this legislation's pending right now. This Congress, being that they're going into election season, I don't see that moving too far right now, unfortunately. You also had Dusty Johnson and Thune's bills passed, the Tribal Trust Land Home Ownership Act. As you guys are well aware, that's been a problem in this region in particular in getting mortgages and stuff through BIA in a timely fashion. This actually helps to speed it up, and so that's going into play and just was signed by the president in May. Now, I want to get to the elections real quick. So something happened in session that is kind of significant. They passed a new bill that makes it clear that you have to be a resident of South Dakota to vote in local elections. Not federal, but local. And this is to get around the post office box RV folks that are voting in Rapid City and stuff on schools and stuff and voting no because they don't want to pay any taxes. And they're significant in some districts, I think Box Elder in particular. So this was a way of saying you need to prove that you actually reside in the state to vote for local elections. They can't stop you on the federal, because that's your right as a U.S. citizen. But they can't, they're attempting to stop it at the local. So, yeah.
And this kind of goes into the SAVE Act a little bit. The SAVE Act is something that the current administration is pushing around voter integrity, and we know what that is when they say voter integrity. But, just to be aware that this is kind of a state federal strategy. And I think you're testing all avenues to do that. And the SAVE Act is basically going to require documentation to when you come in and vote. And there's acceptable forms of ID. And again, it's just being aware of like the barriers to voting. And I know that I worked a lot with O.J. Siemens, and he's done a lot of good work around voting rights and all that kind of stuff. As we have a lot of history there, especially from Rosebud and all this to work on these cases. And so just be mindful of that, council, especially around, just all the history that's been built up and, the barriers to make voting harder, and that's unfortunately that's the route that it seems to be going. So it's something to be mindful of, but it's called the SAVE Act. And I know that it stalled a little bit, and definitely when we get back to DC, definitely introduce that and bring it up with Senator Thune and Senator Rounds to keep opposing it, because they were opposed to it. So just know that that's it. So, yeah.
And just so you know, the Republicans tried to censor Senator Thune because of his opposition to this at their recent convention. It didn't happen, but that's how fight within the party is going on. So we got the 2026 elections. Now, you guys saw the primaries, and I know there was a little confusion on the primaries too, why the governor race wasn't on a lot of the ballots. And that's because it's a closed primary state, which means if you're in the party, you get to vote for your party nominees. If you're not, you don't get to. So the Democrats didn't have a challenge for governor, so therefore there was no primary vote for the governorship. And of course, the other statewide elected officials, as Wayne could tell you as a former candidate, are selected by the party at the conferences. And so that's a whole different scenario, so they wouldn't be on the ballot either. But you did have one race for District 26 with Senator Sean Bordeaux, former senator, coming back. And he'll be challenging Representative Rebecca Reimer. Now, Representative Reimer is out of Chamberlain. She's been good on issues and also not the greatest on like Dakota Removal Act and other issues that we've approached her with. Doesn't mean she won't change if she's put on the spot now that her district will be larger. But it is something where I think the tribe would be beneficial to have both candidates come down and meet with you both to kind of answer questions of how they would be at. And we kind of would be happy to get that set up because I think that'd be very valuable since it's a very important seat. Then obviously you have Representative Emery running against Mr. Frederick for District 26A. And Representative Emery has been phenomenal in working for you guys and getting stuff passed. He's one of the few on the minority side that's able to get stuff through, kind of like Troy Heiner was able to do that as well as Senator. So Representative has a lot of respect in that regards in the chamber. On the governor's race, we have the primary runoff coming up at the end of the month between Roden and Doden. That was a surprise that Dusty Johnson did not get out of the primary. Everybody thought for sure it was going to be Dusty's to lose, and it was. He lost it, unfortunately. And so now you have between a very conservative and what we consider a moderate in South Dakota with Governor Roden. Now, Governor Roden's team has been open in answering any questions the tribes may have on his policy. We haven't been able to hear from Doden yet. That's correct, right, Kevin?
Tell us what you know about this Doden guy.
How much?
He he doesn't have a lot of history with tribes right now. I know that he's been visiting with individual tribal members, but we reached out on behalf of the tribe, Rosebud, and our other client, Crow Creek, on a tribal policy, both to all four candidates, and we received a response from Governor Roden's office, but that's the only response we received so far. So we'll definitely reach out again, and I guarantee you he's probably going to come up with something because it's a runoff. So we'll reach out and see what he comes up with, But I just want to offer too that we did visit with Secretary Young, who used to be police chief when I was president at Pine Ridge, and he offered, to come down and visit with the Rosebud and just to talk through some BIE law enforcement issues because he has some great contacts there, being in that former position. So, as we kind of have to keep those conversations going around law enforcement and all that, just know that, we're working that part as well, so.
And what I know of Dakota and what I've read in the paper, so it's not much different. We haven't met with him directly.
That's why I asked the question, I guess, because that's what.
Yeah, so I don't want to speculate anything besides what I've heard reported on it, but I know that his supporters, we've worked with their supporters, they're very conservative on their approach to fiscal issues. Yeah, so I wouldn't see much action in the legislature if that, but the interesting thing, and this happened in this cycle, is 16 incumbents, most of those were hardline fiscal conservatives that went in because of the carbon pipeline issue, were voted out in their primaries. It was a big shift. And that sent a ripple effect through the party of they're kind of swinging back to the middle. But then the general election or the primary has, another kind of basis there. We'll see how Roden, if he coalesces that moderate wing to pull out the victory, which would make the legislature a little bit better. So the legislature will be a little bit friendlier than it was last cycle because of the fact that you had a lot of people that came in specifically on one issue being voted out after that. So again, we have those two running. If people want to register to vote for that, they'd have to register by July 13th as a Republican. Nothing says you can't register as a Republican and vote how you want after you've registered. But if you want to vote in that runoff, you still have time to do that. And then the 28th will be the runoff, and then we'll know who the two final candidates are. Again, once those two are selected, I would recommend the tribe invite them to a forum and invite the other tribes to attend it as well, where they can come and just discuss how they feel they would interact with the tribes in the state and what their views are. And we do that invite pretty early and pretty quick so that we get on their agenda before they get hit with debates and everything else. For Attorney General, I don't believe the Democrats actually put up a candidate, unless I haven't heard anywhere. And Lance Russell is very conservative, but he has in the past reached out to the tribes and trying to work on things. So I don't think that will be too bad of a situation there because he's actually been aggressive in trying to reach out, at least to me, directly on where tribes are on different issues he's been working on. The congressional race, that is set up between Attorney General Jackley and Nikki Gronley. That one, you all probably, again, maybe you just do one day of candidates and have them come over and see what they're going to do. Because, again, you want to get them on record of where they would stand with HUD funding and all the other programs on the federal level and where they're at. And then same with the U.S. Senate race, which is a three-way race this time because you have an independent candidate in there. Now, just so you know, the neighboring district, District 27, Kevin's district, where Representative Poyer and Senator Foster serve, there's some changes going on there. So Senator Foster's term limited, and she's not running again, unfortunately. And Representative Poyer's term limited for the House, but she's running for the Senate as an independent. She's running as a Republican independent, is what I've been told. She does have a Republican challenger, and she has a Democrat challenger. The problem you have this session coming up is that with losing both Representative Poyer and Foster possibly, you're not going to have much, you're only going to have Representative Emery as your only voice, and the Senate won't have a voice for Indian country for the first time in a long time. And so what we're encouraging is that there's got to be a get out the vote to make sure there's a voice there, whether it's Senator Bordeaux or Representative Poyer, or hopefully both. You're getting some voice in the Senate, but you are at risk of not having a voice there. Yeah.
And, just to be mindful of that, council, because what you see going on in the South right now around them taking out majority African-American districts, that's going to be, that was the same rationale that they used to create those districts, that they used to create native districts in South Dakota, Montana, different states. So just be mindful that, that conversation may come sooner rather than later. So that's probably on the periphery.
And on that, on the federal level, you are going to see a minor shift, I think, on the federal level with the party controls. Now, as you know, the House is only like a one vote differential. And you have a lot of states that have done the redistricting that's creating a little bit of chaos in how the numbers play out. Texas redistricted, so California answered and changed their districts, and then Virginia tried. The Supreme Court stopped Virginia, and Virginia Supreme Court stopped Virginia. But then Alabama switched and gained one, and South Carolina. Those all are kind of balancing out if you look at the map of how those counts work and the districting. But you still should see a change. It's just not sure if it's going to do much because the change may only be a couple of votes, one way or the other. And as you see, the Senate races are getting pretty tight as what's going on in Maine. Everybody's kind of watching everything to see where those are at. And then also you're seeing, different ends of the spectrum in both parties getting elected too, which will create, just like the Republicans had their end that was able to topple a speaker and stuff, you may have the same thing with the Democrats where it's going to do the same kind of thing. And so we're going to be watching all that to see how it plays, because you still are having President Trump through this next cycle. And then we're going to be getting into the presidential race there. So I think, and then again, we're on the executive orders at 269 now for Trump. And that's all I can do. I wanted to breeze through it real quick because I know we're running late here. Any questions or concerns? Oh, one last thing we wanted to ask you. State Tribal Affairs Committee wants to meet with the council and hold a hearing here. It's been something we've been working on for a couple of years for them to come down to Rosebud. They would do a meeting with you, official committee meeting, hearing, and then we would hopefully take them around to see some things in the tribal area. Again, I think it's good to educate. And they were looking at August 26th as the date we were given. And we just need to confirm that today so they can start planning and working with whoever we want to do that to get the logistics done of where they can meet at. I think that's the day before Rosebud Fair, which maybe invite them to come to that too. But at least get them down here. And again, we can make it, I don't know if you want to do it on law enforcement since of the situation that just happened where the state, the tribes might be able to, work on stuff there, or whatever topic, but if we can come up with that, if we have a date, and then they can help with get that, so.
Council, could I get a motion if you're interested so that we can confirm that? Send up. Motion by Wayne to schedule that. Seconded by Ben. Question by Toby. In favor? And that's the 26th, right?
Yeah, that's your council, right? I was told you were meeting on the 26th.
11.
Okay, we'll let them know, and then,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0. Oh, 1. Why is he here?
I don't know. Chris.
okay, and we'll work with Leona to get that set up with the logistics, because they got a web broadcast for open meetings purposes, I believe, so.
Are we going to need a bigger venue than the council room, or are we going to?
That, you can decide where you want to do it.
How many will be?
Was it 9 on the Tribal Relations Committee? They don't all show, but.
Yeah, maybe 7.
Yeah.
Additional.
So it's just a matter, they can come in here, or there might be another location. They've done it at casinos at other tribes. And then they did, like Standing Rock, I think they put them on a bus and took them around to see a couple of things. It depends on how much time they have to.
What do you think?
Kind of like you did with the
Sound
governor.
like as long as we could probably change the tables like when we do a hearing.
In here?
Yeah, and you'd fit in here probably.
Okay.
All right, so we'll, at council's direction, we'll start working on getting that coordinated through Leona.
Thank you, council.
And then any other questions for us before?
Mike?
Back to the online tax collection situation. There been any progress in the last couple of years? Is all good with a formula, I guess? That's what the problem is?
So one progress step that we've seen now is that we have a Zoom call that's recorded with the head of tax collection, where he basically says they did collect the revenue. They just don't know how to turn it back. And they're not sure how not to collect it. Because Lower Brule doesn't have a compact. So any money being collected at Lower Brule is a violation. And they're claiming they don't have a way to do it. What we're going to come back with is there's got to be a solution by session. If not, either the state forces it, the legislature forces it to do something, or our recommendation would be you hand it over to your attorneys. Because Lower Brule's a prime example, because if they collect 10 cents there, they're violating the law. But you have like Yankton, and I know this because I was working for Yankton, we were told directly during Wayfair special session, and Senator Bordeaux was there for this because he was bringing it up with Senator Heinert, that nobody had to amend their compacts. They were going to be able to know exactly where the revenue was coming from and be able to gather it and collect it. Well, now we found out that Yankton, they only collected it from what's in the compact. So unless you were not, making a sale at the gas station or in the casino, all other sale revenue went to the state. Because all they were compacted for was the casino and the gas station. And that was not what the tribe was told, and why Senator Heinert and Representative Bordeaux at the time pulled back. They were told it was going to be taken care of. So we were told by the secretary he would work with the tribes over the recess, to try to figure this out, see if there's a solution to figuring it out, or if there's a code. So when people order on Amazon, it's coding that it's a tribal area. And moving forward, I think they've done the compacts where they're giving a percentage. And I'm blanking on the lady here, Meeks, right? Yeah, Whitney.
I was gonna say, I thought we were receiving some.
Yeah, Whitney says now they've got it going and everything's, good. They don't want to mess it up. It's just whether we can figure out how this back situation.
Oh, okay.
The back taxes you're talking.
Yeah. From 2018.
But currently though, there is a revenue stream.
Yes, currently the compacts are accommodating based on an averaging on thing, which what we're arguing is if you can do it on the averaging, then do it for the past too, and that may make everything good.
So the issue is on back.
Yes, because COVID, everything was online, so there should have been a spike. Because how I understand the taxes, it's based on the point of sale. So if the point of sale's on tribal land, that's where the revenue, the tax is.
Well, in Todd County, it's a point of sale everywhere.
Yeah. So if you're making the point of sale in your house, it's in that jurisdiction where the point of sale is, not
Russ,
there.
Wayne has
One of the issues that there used to be over the state versus the GIS, the location. I'm not sure if it's been resolved, Ross, but I don't think it has. The problem is that tribes GIS are.
The address issue, yes.
Does not match the state. So, we're collecting from like the communities over there, those that live out in the country, because it doesn't match our GPS, not collecting. And also there was an issue that, like whenever FedEx or because our GPS doesn't match the states, you don't come up with addresses. But I've been told it has to do with, U.S. Post Office accepting either ours or the states.
Especially like on our out east,
the border.
especially like on our out east communities, if it's like tribal land or not, or where it's checkerboard. So like our community housing might be included.
They collect the community housing,
But like the
You leave them now, but it sounds, because if we don't match, we're not collecting. Can you do some research on how we correct that issue?
That may be something we have to get the feds to be able to say, this is the
Yeah.
official
Yeah, it's use the state.
respected system.
Totes has a question.
I'd like to give the floor to any member, if there's no objection.
Are there any objections?
My question is, and any one of you go out to your car and pull your registration, did you know you pay a highway patrol tax? You register your car? I don't ever remember giving up that kind of sovereignty. I mean, that should be coming back to our tax office. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you bringing that up, and I'm glad you did because, council, I introduced a bill actually dealing with that in Oglala, and we could definitely bring that back up, but the rationale behind it was that because they came to Pine Ridge and helped with accident investigations and all that kind of stuff, that's what that, and then it came out to about $10,000 that went back to Oglala County, and that's what they used. So they tried to justify it by saying that, but I definitely get the argument, and we had some support there, from the Republicans, because it's like taxation without representation. And that's pretty much what it is. But and to your point, Councilman, this would be good to bring up to the current candidates running for governor on how you're going to resolve some of the stuff, but also to the proposed meeting that's going to be next month during, when the legislators come here. Because that way you'll have both the executive and also the legislative to kind of help fix some of this stuff. But I think you were bringing that up because that was an issue near and dear to my heart. And, we got it so far, we got it to the floor, but maybe a new member that's not in the minority party can bring it up and carry that forward, So, yeah, but I thank you for that.
Any other questions?
Move to approve the report.
Motion by Wayne to approve the reports, seconded by Tammy. Is there all for the question? Votes, all in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
And before we end, Council, I just want to say thank you again for your support and all that, and appreciate everything. And I know, my heart goes out to you, Councilwoman Juan. I just heard the news. Yeah, Councilwoman Juan. I just heard that. So definitely, my heart goes out to you. So I've been there. So, but with that, thank you again, and we'll shake hands and go from there.
We need to do anything on this?
We'll bring it up.
Okay.
Motion
Thank you for the
by
time.
Wayne to reconsider and amend resolution 2025-23.
Thank you.
I was ready to like that right there.
Start to amend the dates
Yeah, just so they get paid for March. So,
from today to March? From today to March?
no, just for March.
End of March of 2026
27?
or 27?
Shouldn't we keep that?
26 or 27?
26.
26. I won't. It had a weird thing where they didn't put the 3 in front of the 1.
Wait, on the original, it was just a typo to the March one, but it's supposed to be March 31. So they weren't able to go from March to.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we already passed the resolution to, continue.
Ross, can you explain why you meant the date only goes to March 2026?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, so the reason why the resolution's being amended, so the resolution that was passed for 2025 was supposed to go through March 31st, and the 3 appears to have been left out, so it stopped it at March 1st. And then our new contract started April 1st. And so we had a month where we weren't covered, and so accounting needs to have that month, even though the contract that was signed was for the entire period. There wasn't a resolution for the entire period. And so in March, we took the council and stuff to DC and stuff, so we worked through it knowing that this would be reconciled because it was just a typo.
So it's not March of 27.
It's, no, that should,
31st of
well,
26.
Leona, are we changing the full dates on this?
To cover that 1 month of March from February.
Yeah, it was just extending it to the 31st.
Yeah, so this is amending the original resolution for 2025 that would have gone through March 31st, and then we'd had the new contract that you guys have agreed to that starts April 1st through March 31st, which is the full year.
Okay, so Wayne, it'll be a motion by you to reconsider and amend resolution number 2025-23.
Sorry.
Yes, move.
Motion by Wayne, and the amendment is changing that date from March 1st to March 31st, 2026. Is there a second? Seconded by Mike.
I have a question.
Are you going to second?
I'll second about that.
Second by Mike. Discussion. Go ahead, Mike.
It seems to me, and this is just a theory, I guess, that these contracts should be coinciding to our fiscal years. Because they are a contract.
Right.
You know, so why we don't stay within, fiscal year confines with our contract. In this case, we could run this until September 30th and then amend it then.
Well, they already have a contract.
Right, I understand
Yeah.
that, but what if we don't have the money?
No, it's only for the back.
Right, and I understand, well, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, okay, I get that, but I mean, in the future, assuming we're gonna continue contract with these folks or anybody else, we stay within the confines of the fiscal year.
Right.
Ending fiscal year, you know what I'm saying?
Right. And that'll be during budgeting.
Right.
That'll be coming in what, August?
It was just a reminder.
It just depends too, Mike, on when they come in. I mean, they were
Well,
referring.
in this case, you went from the middle of a fiscal year to the middle of another.
Yeah, and that's when they came and presented with their proposal during that time. It wasn't during.
It would make more sense if contracts stayed within, fiscal year, beginning and ending.
But the majority of their work, the reason that the contract reads like from February to March, is they're working during when their session. And the
No, I
session is
understand that, but
February
I'm
to
just saying,
end of March.
12 months to 12 months. That's still gonna cover the work event.
Question.
Question by Ben. All in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
From the 6 whereas, changed to March 31st, 2026.
Thank you. Mike?
So there is a contract that March 26th is already gone. So there currently is a contract that authorizes their current.
Yeah, it starts April 1st, right? Yeah. There's a contract that starts April 1st.
And that's the one that should have an end date of September 30th. In the future.
Tammy.
We can amend in the future for that.
I think we're gonna lose one here.
Do you have these resolutions to bring on?
I got some motions to make, just two, just one actually. Motion to have the CFO provide a list of all programs that were involved with the 150th Battle of the Little Bighorn, the services provided, how much was spent, and what funds were used. That's my motion.
For a second. Wayne. Discussion? Question? Mike, you question?
No, I have just a comment.
Oh, discussion. Go ahead, Mike. We're in discussion.
Do you get a second?
Yeah, got a second.
Okay, now, folks want to report on private funds that were expended, and obviously, the private funds were expended. But some of these funds are going to get offset by collecting back the zero affairs. Do you want to wait until that happens, and then we'll have if there's a net number that comes out of travel coffers, then.
Oh, that could
You
be.
follow what I'm saying?
I follow what you're saying, Mike. That could be reported, when and if it is reimbursed by BIA because
Well,
it
let
might
them
not.
Wayne speak to it, as to the certainty of those reimbursements.
There is it on.
Always you got that grin.
Because there are a lot of costs that we're gonna be able to recoup.
There's a lot of money that was appropriated, so I'm not sure that all that will get reimbursed, but we're gonna have to get this report she's talking about, so we know how much money we expended. We're gonna have to do agreements between us and the Tribal Chairman's Association and receipts and but can't be talking about it, the contract that was signed by the tribal chairman says that certain activities are not qualified for reimbursement.
Right.
Such as trash and that kind of thing.
You know what those are, right?
On the bottom, it says, however, anything to do with public safety is off.
He's with the bell.
So when we write these agreements with the chairman, we have to justify that trash. We're providing the trash services because it's community, protection. Trash gets all over. That's how we justify it.
And that could be a big ticket item in and of
Yeah,
itself.
that's how we did it.
I mean, why get people excited over, we spent $300,000, and then in the end, we get a lot of that reimbursed back, and net cost is maybe only $50,000.
Yeah,
But in the meantime, people get all fired up about it.
Yeah, and again, Mike, we don't know if it's gonna be 100% reimbursement.
I know, yeah.
But we are gonna get.
But we know some of it's gonna get reimbursed.
We are gonna get a lot of. We have to justify it. Like, an example is like under our accounting system, someone makes a purchase without a purchase order, we have to write a justification. Why did I do that? And it goes through the process. Same process that we're gonna have to use to write our
So and again, I mentioned it simply for public consumption out there, we know that some of the monies that were spent, probably that's part of it.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Totes.
Wayne just said something. He said, did spend money without appeal.
No, I just see that as an example. In our system, if someone spends money without appeal, and how we get around that, and do a justification, explain why. So that's kind of the process that we're gonna have to go through, but reimbursement. Because it says we can't use trash, whatever, bottom says public safety, we have to justify everything for public safety. Gonna be an arm wrestle, that's how we're hoping to do it. And again, there's a lot of money there, so I think it's not gonna be a big problem, but it's gonna take some.
Any further discussion? Oh, press. Back.
Never left. So it's for the 150th. A financial report is what you're asking for?
What I asked for is a list of all the programs that were involved with the 150th Battle of the Little Bighorn, the services provided, how much was spent, and what funds were used. That's what I asked.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure that they would have all of that in the back if they did do that.
and it will get posted regardless. I know that the tribe didn't spend a dime on it besides the 25K of reimbursement funds that they gave us, but that's gonna be reimbursed. I wonder why we don't give the same energy for our Rosebud Fair, or why don't we give the same energy for Allen 9. Let's do it for the 150th. Maybe because it's not the 150th you're mad at. I think you're just mad at the people that organized it. But if that's not the case, then we can make this happen. So, we have nothing to hide.
No one said anything about
I did.
anything, Chris, except you. You're defensive. But long story short, we want to know. The public wants to know. And the public also wants to know is why can't we do the exact same thing for our own Rosebud Fair? Provide photo services from our outlying communities here, feed 3 times a day. All that stuff they want done here locally. But I have a motion on the floor. We have a second. And we need a question.
Any more discussion? We'll call for the question. Votes. All in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Okay, and the other thing was last council meeting in June, Council Rep. Juan made a motion to have the cost of the overall administrative leave provided a report, and that was supposed to be done immediately. We haven't seen that.
Email, yeah.
Where was it?
About a month ago, over a month. Yeah.
Like $1 million.
Myrna.
Okay.
Thank you. Chris?
I want to address that last statement you made. Why don't we bring that here home? Oh, that's the goal. We are doing that. I can't answer as to why it was never done in the past. We have event coordinators that are supposed to be planning these things, that are supposed to organize these events. And if they weren't thought of, then they weren't thought of. That's not the event organizer's fault. That's not anyone in the past that organized the Rosebud Fair's fault either. I'm sorry that we organized the 150th the way we did, and it was just good organizing, I guess. And we can bring that same team here too if we're allowed to bring that here, and we can incorporate those things too, because it should be fair that our ACF should be the head security of this event. And we do serve 3 meals a day, actually. We serve 2,000 meals every day at the Rosebud Fair. That's where we got our model from. So I don't know where that statement came from, but our goal is to incorporate as much as we can up there to bring down here. And yeah, all it is organizing. All it is just reaching out and getting people at the table and making it a good event for all of us. You don't need to degrade one event to make another one better. They're all Rosebud Sioux Tribe events, and they're all crucial to why we're here today. So, we can come together if we're allowed to come together, because my team that came with us for the 150th that we built, all volunteer basis, is more than willing to assist with the 150th, because the 150th is for everyone. And we want to make it the biggest festival or the biggest fair that we have ever seen. And I know that we can do that. And so if you guys really want that organized, just let us know, and we will help assist Craig and whoever else needs to do that. If you guys really want that. It's the motion. That's all it is.
Ben.
I got a quick comment. Can you amend that to add St. Francis's Indian Day Committee also? Because it sounded like they were having some trouble getting funding for their celebration. Because I know that's what I was asking for before, was that to include them on this, because it's 150th, the St. Francis Indian Day Powwow that still goes on every year. But apparently they had some financial issues at the end there. With the pageant and some other things. So I would like to see their budget also, their financial budget, just so we can say that, if we're going to help them, we're going to fund them, that's what we should have been doing too. I mean, because they are here, they were at home. But I just want to make sure that we at least cover everything, because like we discussed earlier too with some youth organizations, we want to make sure that everybody gets addressed, not just certain things, but everybody. So That's just my thoughts on it, only because they did have it. It was out there. They had some complications, but they did go through it, work through it at a parade. So I'm just hoping we could probably continue that support as we move on every year. I know it was a community event, but they ended up separating it, I think, at the time. So just to support our own Rosebud Sioux tribe type deal. That was my thoughts on it. So if we can amend that too, just ask for their budget, just so we can say, maybe next year we can help you with a little bit more or something to that effect. Just so we can help out our people. That's just my thoughts on it too. But anyway, that was my comment.
Thank you, Ben.
I got
Chris.
I just want to make you guys aware, on Monday, so back in 21, we repatriated 9 kids to the Rosebud Sioux tribe from the Carlisle. And we gave a proclamation for that day, which is next Monday. And
14th, right?
the 14th.
Tuesday.
Oh, next Tuesday. On Monday, we purchased a memorial statue of 2 Native American children, a boy and a girl. And those were just recently finished. And, with all this talk about the youth, I hope to see all of you guys there at the unveiling on Tuesday.
Is it gonna be up here on the?
It's gonna be up here, right up here on the curve. This is yes, right here, right above the valley. I'll get the date sent out, the actual date of the unveiling sent out to all of you and put it on the communications. But my kids just came up and they wanted to express that, and they invite all of you there. We just got done doing something big for the youth, so let's show up for these kids. I hope to see all of you there.
Thank you. Before we leave quorum, do you guys want to do the emergency legislation? Everybody. I also have the chief prosecutor. Resolution.
Yeah.
You want to do yours first, Wayne?
Yep, please.
Did we vote on a motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Raise your hand.
I don't agree. Move to bring on the emergency legislation for THPO.
THPO. Emergency legislation?
Yeah, it doesn't have a number. Or did it go through?
No, they got you wrong.
For SEDS.
It's for one-time funding of $128,000.
Passed a whole bunch of them out earlier.
428.
128 for the National Park Service. 128,543.
Second.
Give me the copy, guys.
Charlie's got a whole pile.
He has all the extras.
Oh, you gave it back to her?
Adam and Ideal.
Here. There's these ones right here. It's like, yeah, 4 or 5. Wonder, he must have been passing them out. Here, those are all the extra copies and these ones you passed out.
Leave those there. Okay. So, motion, so it'll be emergency legislation, right? By Wayne? Second? Oh, there's a second? By Chris? Question? Lila? All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
What's the number?
164.
164?
Yeah.
Okay.
By Wayne to approve 2026-164.
So fifth, we're at.
Wait, I need a second. By Coates. Go ahead and read it in.
The United States National Park Service is accepting applications for the National Park Service FY 2026 Historic Preservation Fund Annual Tribal Historic Preservation Office Grants Funding Opportunity number P26AS00361 with an allocation award of $128,543 for continuation of services due date of June 30th, 2026. Whereas the THPO office is currently grantee under the federal program and is seeking authorization from the Rosebud Tribal Council to apply for as much funding for the purpose of identification, evaluation, protection of historic properties by surveying, planning, technical assistance, community outreach, development, education, new expansion of the cultural teaching of future generations, cultural places and assist teaching in carrying out the historic preservation activities. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Council shall approve and adopt the resolution authorizing SRD to work with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, THPO, to submit an application to the National Park Service funding opportunity with an allocation award of $128,543 for the continuous service due date June 30th, 2026. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Council hereby authorize the president and designee to officially sign and execute all applications and documents.
Any discussion? I'll call for the question. Lila. All in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, the next one, Wayne.
So it sounds like it's the same thing. I think they have them backwards.
What?
It says THPO, Historic Preservation Fund, HPF, and the National Park Service.
That ceiling of 100,000?
100,000? Oh, no, it's a different line item number. Okay. I'll just figure out the emergency section.
By Wayne, is there a second? Folks. Question. Marion, all in favor?
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried, and this will be 165. By Wayne to approve 2026 165. There's a second. Marion. Gonna read it again.
Fifth, whereas the United States National Park Service is accepting applications for its National Park Service FY 2025 Historic Preservation Fund Tribal Heritage Grants Funding Opportunity number P25AS00501 with an award ceiling of $100,000 with a due date July 27, 2026. Whereas the National Preservation Act authorizes grants to federally recognized tribes of cultural historic preservation projects. These grants assist tribes and Alaska Natives, Native Hawaiian organizations in protecting and promoting their unique tribal heritage and traditions. Tribal historic preservation grants are funded by the HPF and administered by the NPS. Grants are awarded through a competitive process, do not require a non-federal match. Whereas the projects entail one of the categories listed above, locating and identifying cultural resources, survey and inventory historic significant places, survey of traditional skills and information, preserving historical property in the registry, project planning, repair work, comprehensive preservation, oral history, training and education, cultural and historic preservation, interpretation and education. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Historic Preservation Office is previous grantee under the federal program and is seeking authorization from the council to apply for the much needed funding the purpose of identification, evaluation, protection of historic properties by surveys, community outreach and development, education, new expansion of teachings and for the future generations, cultural practices, and assisting THPO in carrying out the preservation activities. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council shall approve and adopt this resolution authorizing SRD to help the THPO program to submit the application to the National Park Service funding of P25AS00501 with an award ceiling of $100,000 with a due date July 27, 26. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorize the tribal president or designee to execute all documents.
Any discussion? I'll call for the question. Mike, all in favor?
Opposed?
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, the next one, Wayne.
Emergency legislation with the SEDS document. CEDS.
Motion by Wayne, is there a second? Votes, question. Marion, all in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
zero, zero.
Motion by Wayne to approve 2026-166. Yeah.
66.
There's a second. Lila, go ahead and read it in.
I'll do this one. Rosebud Sioux Tribe recognizes that meaningful tourism development must remain community-driven, culturally respectful, environmentally responsible, and guided by tribal values to ensure future generations continue to benefit from the protection and celebration of the Sioux Lakota heritage. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes SRD to prepare and submit an application to the United States Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Indian Economic Development Fiscal Year 2026 Tribal Tourism Grant Program, CFDA number 15.032, requesting up to $300,000 for a 24-month project to implement the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Sicangu Tourism Destination Enhancement and Visitor Experience Initiative. Be it further resolved, upon award, SRD shall administer and implement the project in accordance with the applicable federal laws, regulations, and grant requirements, tribal policies, financial management standards, and reporting requirements, while maintaining appropriate fiscal accountability and transparency. Be it further resolved that nothing contained within the resolution shall be construed as authorizing construction activities, commitment to the tribal lands, long-term tribal council approval under applicable tribal law. Any future agreements, contracts, subrecipient relationships, or commitments involving tribal assets, financial obligations, policy changes, or land interests shall remain subject to any additional approvals required by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council affirms its commitment to advancing sustainable tribal tourism as a strategic economic development initiative that strengthens tribal sovereignty, creates economic opportunity, preserves and shares Sicangu Lakota culture and integrity, improves prosperity and well-being of present and future generations. Be it finally resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorize the president or her duly designee to execute and submit all applications, certifications, assurances, agreements, amendments, and related documents necessary for the consideration of this funding opportunity.
Say the recorder was on. Any discussion?
It stopped.
It stopped. Can you read it again? Any discussion? We'll call for the question. Mike, all in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
zero.
Motion carried.
She said, read it again. SRD's applying for SDMA funds.
Keep going.
All right, a move for emergency legislation with Johnson O'Malley money.
By Wayne. Is there a second? By Totes. Question, Marion. All in favor?
Eleven,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting?
zero.
Motion carried. Motion to approve 167 by Wayne. Is there a second? Yes. Go ahead and read it.
Whereas the PL 93-638 Indian self-determination contracts are identified as the 1 Johnson O'Malley, Todd County, 2 Johnson O'Malley, Winter, White River, 3 Johnson O'Malley, Head Start. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council pursuant to this authority under the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby authorizes submission, acceptance, and implementation of the annual funding agreement and modifications thereto, including all base pro rata and program specific special allocation funding awarded to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe by the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and under PL 93-638, Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act for the 3-year contract term beginning in fiscal year 27, ending fiscal year 2030, including the extensions for the purpose of carrying out programs, functions, services, and activities authorized therein to behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or designated official to sign and execute all pertinent applications and contracts and documents.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Bill? All in favor?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Okay, the next one,
That's all I have.
there was one here for FEMA. And the Family Violence and Services Program for White Buffalo Calf Society. Does anybody else have those ones?
Yeah.
Anybody want to bring them on?
Motion for emergency legislation?
For which one?
FEMA.
The FEMA one? Okay. Motion by Chris, there a second? And question by Wayne, all in favor?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried, it's 168.
Motion to approve resolution 26-168.
For a second, Coates, what do we need?
With the sixth whereas, whereas the Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, has announced the availability of the fiscal year 24 and 25 Building Resilience Infrastructure and Communities BRIC TFEA number 97.047. The tribal set aside awards in the amount of $50 million and a project performance period of 36 months. Whereas the Building Resilience Infrastructure and Communities Grant Program makes federal funds available to states, U.S. territories, federal recognized tribal governments, and local governments for hazard mitigation activities. It does so by recognizing the need to upgrade and modernize the nation's infrastructure against the growing risk to communities and the need of natural hazard risk mitigation activities that promote resilience with respect to natural hazards. Whereas the GRIP program is intended to reduce future disaster losses by investing in infrastructure projects that increase community resilience, protect critical facilities and lifelines, strengthen hazard-resistant infrastructures, reduce risk to people and property, and improve the ability of communities to prepare for, withstand, respond to, and recover from natural hazards through long-term, cost-effective hazard mitigation investments. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Emergency Preparedness Program has identified a critical need to invest in hazard mitigation infrastructure by developing a reservation-wide emergency warning system and upgrading tribal community facilities to serve as resilient critical facilities capable of supporting emergency communications, backup power, continuity of operations, public sheltering, emergency response coordination, and delivery of essential community services during and after natural hazard events, thereby reducing risk to life, property, and critical infrastructure across the Rosebud Reservation. And whereas the proposed big project will enhance the resilience of the Rosebud Reservation by improving critical infrastructure systems, strengthening emergency communications, supporting continuity of tribal government and essential services, expanding community preparedness capacity, protecting vulnerable populations, and reducing the long-term impacts of severe weather events and other natural hazards through sustainable infrastructure-based hazard mitigation investments. And therefore be it resolved that if awarded the FEMA fiscal year 24-25 Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities Grant shall be implemented and managed by Rosebud Sioux Tribe Emergency Preparedness Program in coordination with all relevant tribal departments and partners. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes SRD in partnership with the Vision Quest Solutions Inc. pursuant to the previously approved memorandum of agreement to prepare and submit an application to the fiscal year 24 and 25 FEMA Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Program, requesting up to 50 million in federal assistance for 36 months project period to implement reservation-wide hazard mitigations and resilience infrastructure projects that reduce disaster risk and strengthen critical community infrastructure. Be it finally resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated officials to sign and execute all applications, the MOA, and all related documents.
Any discussion? I'll call for the question. Cowboy, all in favor?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Okay, the next one is for White Buffalo. Anybody want to bring that on? I'll bring it on. Motion for emergency by Tammy. Or second by Totes. Question. Lila, all in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
It's 169.
Okay, motion to approve, resolution 26-169.
By Tammy, is there a second? Chris, go ahead and read it in.
Support, whereas United States Department of Health, Human Services, Office of the Administration for Children and Families, Family Violence Prevention and Services are seeking the continued support of standing announcement for tribes and tribal nations formula funding under HHS 2026 ACF OFB PS FVPS 0127 grant program for $285,168 for 12 months. And whereas the Family Violence Prevention and Service Program provides support for comprehensive response to providing immediate shelter and supportive services for the individuals experiencing domestic or dating violence and their dependents, increasing public awareness and primary prevention of domestic and dating violence, operating a domestic violence hotline, and providing specialized services to abused parents and their children. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council will serve as a tribal nation receiving formula funding and will subcontract with qualified partner like Buffalo Pack Women's Society, a nonprofit, non-government tribal domestic violence organization, to implement and report on all goals and objectives submitted in an annual application, and therefore be it resolved. I'm going to scratch some of that. The Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and authorizes the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court to submit the application due on July 17, 2026, and be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all applications and all documents thereof. What I scratched was and adopts the recommendation of the RSU Judiciary Committee because it didn't come before Judiciary.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Marion, all in favor?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Council, I passed out the prosecutor resolution and contract. There'll be emergency legislation. Charles, or second. Marion. Question. Lila. All in favor?
Eleven.
No, it's 170.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
So it'll be 170. Motion approved by Charles. Is there a second? Totes. Okay, go ahead.
Start with the fourth whereas. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe requires the services of a chief prosecutor for the enforcement of law of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, criminal and civil law, regulations, treaties, federal, Indian law, to work with the RST law enforcement services, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has reviewed and approved the proposed chief prosecutor's employment contract attached raised by the fifth representative. Therefore, being resolved, Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the chief prosecutor employment contract.
Do you want to amend it to put her name in there?
And June Gord.
Employment contract of June Gore. As amended.
Be it also resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or her authorized Elliott was authorized and directed to sign the executive, to execute the chief prosecutor employment contract with Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
The council have attached her contract onto it. We can go into discussion, but I'm gonna do this discussion off air since it is an employee contract. If you guys have any questions for discussion.
I already went through all this with yep, and Eric too.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah, the three of us all went through it and negotiated with June. Any further discussion? Call for the question. Tammy, all in favor?
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Carried. If you don't want to keep her contract, please put it up here in the shred file so we can reflect them. Just because it has personal information. I think Bill was, were you gonna have
Fire agency have to do that since we bought it fire I read this and how do you include it in the report anymore?
Yeah, I don't think, I usually have it in. New superintendent.
Okay, council, just some information on the motions that were made for the director interviews for, we scheduled for the 30th and 31st. So the Veterans Director Affairs position is ready to go. The Public Relations Officer for Legislative Affairs, that one is ready to go. The applicants, there are 8 applicants for that one. The Enrollment Department, now we're gonna have to reschedule that one because they're gonna be out of town.
Yeah.
What days?
They're gonna be gone the 29th, 30th, and 31st.
Where are they going?
On a training.
Training.
So we'll have to reschedule them because the enrollment director one. And the transportation director has not been advertised yet because the director position says director position was not advertised due to job description is going to make some changes. So I don't know if that went through transportation committee.
I think that went through personnel.
We have to move to advertise?
Yeah, because they haven't advertised it yet. Well, hold on. And then the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, director position was not advertised due to job description is going to make some changes.
Who's gonna make the changes?
I'll have to ask HR. I just.
Send it to personnel and HR.
Going for transportation up here, didn't it? There was changes, so I think they still have to get it put together yet.
The typical one didn't come to personnel yet.
Okay. I don't know if we'll bring that one forward to personnel. But those job descriptions should be set in stone before we advertise those.
Maybe put a deadline on the length it's gonna take to get that job description amended, because it's been a while now.
Okay. You wanna put it on your next agenda for personnel committee? So it looks like we had there he is. So on the 30th, 31st, we can, you guys still want to still go through with the Veterans Affairs interviews?
Yeah.
They're ready to go. And then the,
How many are there for the Veterans Affairs?
and then I got the points.
Was it advertised?
Point system. I'm pretty sure it was. I don't know.
With the additions to the, that's what we were waiting for, was the additions, the job description. And it was supposed to be advertised for however long.
It was advertised from October 20th, 2025 to November 19th, 2025.
But then it was sent back to the committee to make those changes to the job description for it to get better. And then it went through the whole process for personnel to add those to the job description. And then we were just waiting for it to be advertised, for it to be put back on it. Like, it was on the chairman's desk and it never got advertised.
Yeah, if they, I thought this applications were with the changes.
We were
I'll
keep,
have to reach out to HR.
yeah, we're supposed to keep that.
Hey, Tammy.
That position's been vacant since when, October? Then let's just go with the applicants and take into consideration the fact that you guys weren't a veteran. It's been ongoing, we need to get it filled.
Yeah, that was just the purpose of getting that job description in there. That's what they wanted. So we didn't go through personnel, so we went through the process, but didn't advertise. But I mean, the same applicant should be in there. All they wanted was a D214. So that way at least they're aware of it. Like, I mean,
Well, the veterans' preference is on the point system too.
Yeah.
that's the case.
Bill,
I think at that last meeting, they said that DD 214 thing, driver's license, high school diploma or GED, and 2 years of experience.
has the job description gone through personnel?
That one, the president needed to sign off on
Okay.
for it to be re-advertised. So we were waiting for that.
Okay, I haven't seen that one.
That was the point of it, for her to sign it and then re-advertise, then come back with the candidate or the election.
How long ago was that?
6
That was
months.
April?
No, it was actually like a month ago, a month and a half ago. So it was ready for advertised, but it never got signed and advertised. But the changes, so what the job. So,
A month and a half ago?
Yeah, but that was in May.
it went through personnel about a month ago.
Yeah.
With the changes, so it's supposed to be advertised, but never got signed to be advertised.
So, and then the transportation director, were there changes made to that job description?
No, that just went through personnel, so we never saw it at transportation.
Okay.
We'd like to look at it.
So you take that to the next, forward it on to the transportation committee?
Sent to HR for.
Yeah.
Okay. Then THPO, we'll have to see who's gonna do the. Okay, so you want me to follow up on this veterans one and re-advertise, or do you guys still want to go through with the, it's here?
Follow on.
Follow up on it? Okay. If public relations is ready to go, and that's scheduled for the 30th. You guys want to go ahead and follow through with the interviews on the 30th
What?
for the public relations? Legislative affairs?
We got apps on that one?
8 of them. Okay. And then the enrollment department, we'll have to think of another date for that. I think. Wonder if the 24th would be too soon, or do you guys want to wait until August?
That was the personnel, the public relations specialist, that has it from the personnel.
Public relations officer, to the legislative affairs office?
That's under the office.
It's under the legislative affairs office, public relations officer. There's 8 applicants.
Been advertised for almost 2 years.
Yeah, if it's under legislative affairs, then why are we doing interviews?
Is this the one that was supposed to be under the president's office?
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
It's been advertised from January 29th, 2026, and open until.
What's it gonna do for us?
Like, put out, wasn't it to
That's not good about it.
put out PSAs and make statements?
So they should be, what we wanted in the first time someone was hired for it was actually for someone to be here in the council meeting and they actually write like a synopsis to put out to the public so that they understand, because you may watch on TV, but you have no idea what was in the backlog of, or in the backstage of all the committees and everything. So these people, or this person who would be there would actually sit on committees and everything, and then there'd be an update to the public. And then also, like, if the council reps wanted to have them write something from what we've been working on or whatever, they could publish that. And then if the president would be overseeing it, and they'd be putting PSAs out to the public. Because we've never had it, and it always seems like their public is not educated on what's going on here.
But it's more fun when they're in rumor mill.
Exactly. And the other person that was hired, wasn't able to, because of other contracts that they had, they weren't able to be that involved in order to do that. So they created a position just for it.
Let me get some follow-up on them, and I'll send an email out.
There you go.
Anything else, Chris?
That topic, if it is under legislative affairs, I think I agree with Tammy and saying that I don't think that should come to us, but if it is, it's supposed to be its own standalone, it should be its own standalone. And we should probably figure that out before we go forward.
Yeah, I'll look into it, because I thought that was under, supposed to be under the president too. So I
It
don't
was
know.
under the president.
Yeah, and it says legislative affairs on this.
Yeah, if that's the case, then they could just choose themselves.
I'll look them up and send out an email. Folks.
So we need to set aside a day soon to discuss this gun violence and everything that's going on in our communities too. Because we've been pretty silent, and we shouldn't. Just lost another life to suicide. We need justice for these families and for those whose lives have been taken. We need to move on meth. Everything. We're just silent. We really need to come together and bring the community chairs in and let's sit down and have some serious discussions, with curfew, all of it. You have a lot already planned, Madam Chair, or you're working on it. So I think we need to address these issues sooner, like ASAP.
I think we need to put a meeting together like we did yesterday morning. We need to put a meeting together like we did yesterday morning.
Yep. Yeah, we do.
Right.
Look at the calendar whenever we can get one. And
Chris and Wayne. I'm sorry. Charles.
I got two things I gotta do for Wayne, but he's there.
He's gonna go sign text. We'll grab Wade. Yeah.
Yes, Lisa. We have the motion to get, for you to contact the FBI at Cascatel for assistance with Operation Not Forgotten,
I could follow up on that.
because that's, like with our backlog cases of the MMIW and homicides and stuff. Yeah, still an active deal, so. Yeah.
Yep, they were gonna detail 5 federal agents down here in the Great Plains area in South Dakota. Then that was when President Trump went and detailed them to the bigger cities to, I think he sent them to like Chicago and Minneapolis and stuff. So I could follow up on that and see if any more is available down here.
I read some of it where they went to Wind River. A lot of cases.
Okay.
I guess the other thing I had is, at a community meeting Tuesday night. And the ideal community was gifted 10 acres of land and, I don't know, 6 or 7 years. But we had just now found that taxes were being paid on it. And we're gonna ask the tribe to pay for that so we can start the process of turning it into trust.
Motion, Kelly?
It has to go to the trust. The land has to go in order to get a trust.
It's kind of a sensitive issue. Much time they're gonna give us to pay it?
Well, we could do the tribe, we could approve the payment for the tax.
The taxes, $1,700. $1,752.63.
There he is. Yeah.
Wayne and, community had them nice, had, land, 10 acres of land, ideal community was gifted. We just found out a few days ago that, the taxes weren't being paid on it. And, Tripp County would work with us if we said we paid, work on a payment with them, but the taxes were $1,752.63, because they made a motion that's the tribe that they could pay that for.
Who's got the information? We have a line item in the general account to pay taxes on that. So.
I emailed it to you, I think today I got it.
To me?
Yeah.
You send it again?
Okay.
I haven't seen it since.
Yes, as soon as we can pay the taxes, we can start the process of turning our 10 acres into trust land.
You have to actually.
Yeah, I have the bill from the Tripp County and
Send it to me now.
legal land description and everything.
All that, I'll relocate tomorrow. Get checked tomorrow.
Okay.
If we have a land in our general account to pay taxes. I get too many emails, sorry.
Send it back, carrier pigeon, carrier pigeon.
Delete.
Is there anything else?
And several more. Take.
Oh, pardon me.
So I just wanted to give a shout out to RST VFD and their firefighters. You know, during the 4th of July event, it was really hot, and if they wouldn't have showed up to at least help with some of the water needs for the youth, it could have really been a detrimental kind of event. It was extremely hot. And I just want to say their name on air. I want to say a thank you for Kenny Provincial, Mina Dillon, Carol Provincial, Byron Provincial, Teresa Leader Charge, Clarissa Claremont, Tyson Scott, and Samantha Jones. They dedicated their whole day. And if there's any other communities out there that want to request water assistance for something going on in their community, can they please put their request in no shorter than a week? Because all those are volunteer firefighters and they gotta usually file for leave, private leave, in order to be dedicated to those events.
So for example, like if I have an event on Monday, I should have done it by this Monday.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Or if you needed a big brush pile burned, put it in at least a week in advance. Thank you.
How are they doing on their funds?
Not sure where their budget is right now. I think they're still doing good.
Gas.
Yeah. Mike, do you know
What's that?
how the RSCDFD's budget is going?
No, I don't. I recall, Chris,
Yeah.
David came to us.
Yeah, right now they have enough to keep them going for a little bit longer, but because of the really big spike in gas prices, that was one of the main concerns. Was they wouldn't have enough to finish the rest of this year out, and so until that point came, they were just gonna stay. They're just gonna keep the current budget, but once they run out, they were gonna come to budget and finance, and we were gonna make those adjustments for them based off the gas prices.
But didn't we give them something?
Yeah, we gave them something to get them by for until then.
Yeah.
It wasn't a lot. It was like 150,000.
Yeah.
150,000, I think. But right now they're all right. And until they're not, then they become the budget and so I'll make those adjustments for them.
They're all right through Rosebud Fair.
They're all right. They're all right through the fair and whatnot.
Will that carry them through the fair?
We believe so, and with gas coming down now, I think it'll be a really big help. But like you said, if they need more, though, we're more than willing just to move some stuff around for them.
I think that's a message being part.
We usually do a lot of spraying the dust down.
Yeah.
Oh. Getting back to comment what the Toad said a bit ago about law and order and whatnot. I saw a document recently that I suppose we were all given as lays out kind of a grand plan as to how to address law and order. Does that ring a bell with anybody? I didn't bring my copy with me. And I don't even know who put it together, but it seemed pretty comprehensive. Anybody relate?
I know what you're talking about, but I didn't bring my copy with me, but it's the amendments.
Who authored it? Who authored that, do you know?
I didn't answer that. We did the committee, they approved it, but it was on, I believe Blake and Eric, and
It seemed like it was a pretty well thought out plan that's probably worthy of at least our, review.
it's, I believe it's in the paper until the end of the month. That one?
No.
Or are we talking about the, emergency?
This lays out things just, working with other agencies.
Oh, he's talking about the emergency management.
There you go.
Plan, the one that, we adopted in judiciary and then tried to bring here before council.
Right, but it had to deal with dealing with present state of lawlessness, right?
Right. Yep. I will, I'll get that printed out for you and brought over.
It was like 3 or 4 pages long.
It was longer than that.
8, was it?
I think 8 or 9. It was front and back.
Well, I believe it bears discussion, I mean.
Yeah.
Or at least it's a document to.
So when we have that meeting, we can bring forth that also and discuss it too. 'Cause,
It looks like a strategic plan.
Right, yes, yeah, I mean, we need to discuss these things and what is our next step? Make this a safer place for the people, and start prosecuting people and keeping them where they belong instead of letting them out.
Yeah, because it was a plan that shows response responders on who responds, if I recall. Tammy, maybe you can email that out to us again. I probably have it in my email.
But we adopted that in judiciary, and we brought it here, and it was discussed, and then it was shot down.
I don't, I'm one that's all for, that young guy from Mr. U that was here, Baker, that name. Yep. He talked about, security patrol, community, and that's something that would drive a lot of fun. And the police department kind of requested that sort of assistance at one point. Just a body in each community that is there to alert the police, when things are not looking good, perfect, when there might be trouble and stuff, they won't have any authority to arrest anybody or whatnot, but they'd be able to communicate with the police department and kind of be the eyes on,
I'll send that to you by email.
Because when you call the cops anymore, they show up.
Me too.
You tell them what the problem is, and then they go off looking for it. You never hear back. And I've had that experience several times.
Went down to the.
The officers don't introduce themselves anymore. No, they don't. I remember when they used to take notes and stuff right in front of you, after introducing themselves, and then they would always get back to you, at some point, whether or not. I had one occasion to call the police department about something experiences that we had in St. Francis at our business, and talked to to Ironheart and told him about it, and he said, I'll look at my files and see what. Said, hang on, I'll look at my computer and see if what the reports are. And then he was gone for a couple of minutes. He came back on and he said, nobody found anything. And then he proceeded, I'll send somebody down there right away, to get your story. Well, nobody ever did show up. But that's kind of the experiences that people are having. That's why there's a lot of frustration. And I guess I've had the first-hand experience of what they're experiencing. A lot of people are frustrated.
Our forum broke, but I'd like to say something. Next week, we're gonna start climbing up in the heat, in the hundreds. Is there any way we can get more fans for the elders to distribute through Wilda's program? And we do have people without running water still. That's horrible to be in the hundreds without water. We have a family right up here on the hill that walk down here and they fill gallon jugs up and they walk back to the top. Wouldn't it be nice for them to have a cooler with ice cold water to drink during next week, So who has a list that, who knows, who does not have running water, so we can make sure that these families have water or they have water buffaloes, because no one should be without water next week. A lot of sick people if they are.
Yeah, it sucks not having water.
Right. Yep. So, if you could look into that and see.
I can never get an accurate number because I've looked into it before. And I don't know if all of you as council reps, maybe I could send out an email, you can see how many houses within your communities don't have water, just so we have an accurate number.
Okay.
So.
And be a good relative. Check on your elders in your communities and your little ones.
That time at Copper Key, they had a water main break that time, they're talking about Oliver, I just loaded up my back seat, my truck, gallons and gallons of water, a couple days there till they got it fixed. Right.
Yeah, that would be a good idea too, but.
I mean, yeah.
I'll visit with Wayne about maybe getting some fans. We did have some from EPP that Bob was going to give to my office, but I gave them over to Wilda. community services, because she does have an elder list,
Yeah.
elder needs list, and she was gonna distribute them.
Yeah.
And then, the president's office picked them up.
They need to stay with Wilda.
As soon as I find it in my email, I'll send it out.
Thank you.
That emotion is kind of natural to the kind of, they need to start the, payment process or the building.
And to our listeners, if you see something, say something. Help our communities to be safer. We need to start standing up, rallying together, to combat this gun violence and this crime, sex trafficking, and for those that come here on our reservation too, and prey on our young ones, you don't belong here. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Recess until tomorrow at 10.
I will be at the